now. Every time. Every time. I don't know why the mic just like randomly disconnects. Where should we start? Where should we start? Young fellows. People. Folks? I think folks is more fitting. Yeah, folks is all encompassing. So I guess we can start with okay, so let's start with volume 45. Because that's the easiest one to start with. So volume 45 for Rent a Girlfriend came out. So this released today. Now, why is this interesting? Well, first off, here is the back cover. This is the back cover. It's Kazuya kissing the soccer ball. Now, you might be wondering, why is this what this is being depicted? Well, you see, these chapters happen to cover the Umei chapters. In particular, when Chizuru rejects Umei, and when Umei calls Kazuya, and then Kazuya freaks out and has a delusion about it. Immaculately timed, really. Not gonna lie here. It's immaculately timed, considering what the anime is currently showing. Amazing timing. So this feels like it was intentional. It feels like Reiji knew when the anime was going to be coming out, and so he literally timed this stuff around it. I feel like that makes a lot of sense if you think about it. Now, what's interesting about this is that the cover page is Chizuru, like, being very serious and, like, really trying. And then here's Kazuya daydreaming, right? I think it's oddly fitting that, like, you have Chizuru in the front, like, working her butt off, like, getting fucking serious. Looks like she's locking in. And Kazuya is, like, out here fucking daydreaming about the kiss. Like, he's somewhere else. He's off in La La Land. He's off in La La Land. And he's not actually like working on anything, you know? And I think it's oddly fitting because what ends up happening in the chapter is that Umei calling Kazuya ends up snapping him out of the dream and actually making him really try. Now, there's a few other things in here. First off, here is the chibi art that's within the chapter itself, right? Chizuru posing. Damn. Chizuru posing as usual is peak. Absolute cinema. Super fitting. Quite cute. Yeah, not much to say about this one. It's just her posing. I don't know if Reiji ended up changing the clothes she wore when they were actually playing soccer. Because she wasn't dressed like this when they were playing soccer. Did Trumpy tell you about the title of the folder Chizuru has in the cover? In the cover of volume 45, like right here? Are we talking about this, or what are we talking about? Because if you're referring to the opening of so for this one, I already discussed this one in a past stream, where the whole point of this one is that like Crumpy actually didn't know about this one. So for this one, Crumpy actually didn't know very well about this one. I had to go and ask a Japanese fan about it, and they elaborated, telling me that they used hiragana and that the wording is intentionally left incredibly vague to essentially allude to the fact that like what is good and what is bad is up to perspective. That's kind of the whole point. So the cover of the play that we're seemingly seeing on Chizuru's thing here is called the good men and the bad women, but all of that is written in hiragana. So it's intentionally vague on what is bad and what is good. This parallels the chapter where, you know, here when you look at Chizuru here, when you look at Kazuya here, like who looks bad and who looks good. It's completely up to perspective. In that same way, the fact that this volume happens to have Chizuru rejecting Umei, and appearing bad initially, only to turn out really good, I think is very, very fitting. This seems like it's a very intentional thing. So yeah, there's this element of the play here that's, you know, about that perspective. Now, in the ending song of season 5, there is a panel shot of Chizuru reaching for the moon, and she's holding what looks to be a script. So in that script, I actually asked Crumpy to translate that for me. So let me see if I can pull that up. So I had Crumpy translate that for me, and he said, so this is the panel that I'm. Let me see if you guys can see that actually. So this is the panel from the opening, the ending of season 4. So this is where that's from. I asked Crumpy about it. He said, from the top right to the script to the bottom left, Maniko theater group, same kanji that I can't some kanji that I can't decipher. So this seems to be the same group that it was present that's written right here. This seems to be the same exact group that's written right here. Let me double check just to make sure I'm not crazy. Yeah, same exact group is written on the script that is presented right here in the ending of season 5. He then proceeds to say that the script reads, director Asami Ryoko, the title, The 13th Night Under the Moon. So here he says the 13th night is not random when talking about the moon. Here's a quote from the Wikipedia. From 1862 until 1683, the Japanese calendar was arranged so that the full moon fell on the 13th day of each month. So there seems to be an element present here about the moon. In particular, the idea that Chizuru in the ending song is literally reaching for the moon reflects her ambition and the fact that she's trying to reach this perfect thing. She's trying to get the perfect result. In that same way, this directly parallels when she was talking to Minnie. And if you remember, what did Chizuru say to Minnie? In chapter 414, they were specifically talking about something very particular. Minnie tells her, oh, you just got to keep moving forward, just do the thing. So Chizuru says, I'm just saying that it's ideal to never give up on thinking about the right thing to do. Minnie talks about failures are what make us stronger. Chizuru's like, there's a difference between a failure making you stronger and planning so that you never fail in the first place. So Chizuru proceeds to tell Minnie, she says, besides, he told me he'd wait until I found that answer. Still, I can't help but think about how nice it would be if we could both feel the same before becoming a couple. Okay, and then you see Chizuru literally trying to reach for the moon. Do you see how there's literally like foreshadowing even in season 5's ending that's directly connected to this? The fact that Chizuru seems to be in the same exact group that's presented here, directly paralleling the current parts of the manga. The manga happens to currently have, the volume release happens to currently have the Umei thing and Umei being rejected right when Kazuya imagines the whole thing between Umei and Chizuru in the anime. This does not feel coincidental at all. It feels like there's a lot of like hidden subtext left everywhere for all of the readers, and just like all this shit is like right there in front of you. To add more to this stuff, there is actually more. Yeah, it doesn't just stop there. If you guys remember, Umei and Sumi literally parallel. What do I mean by this? Both Umei and Sumi visit Chizuru's house. Both Umei and Sumi seem to have lingering emotions for certain people. Both Umei and Sumi can't seem to let go of these people. One of them happens to be rejected. The other one happens to find her feelings all over again. So Umei is even being nodded to right here in this entire sequence with Sumi, because Sumi literally parallels him. Sumi and Umei are literally reverse parallels. So even in the current chapters of the manga, there is direct nods to a rival person who appears more fitting. Doesn't Sumi appear? Don't a lot of people love to say Sumi's more fitting for Kazuya? Sumi's so pure. Sumi's so perfect. Almost like Sumi is literally the Umei for the male fans. Almost like Sumi is the Umei for the male fans. How oddly fitting. So there's all that. Lastly, there's a few more things from volume 45, so let's look at them real quick. There's this Kazuya being kicked by the soccer ball. So like the soccer ball kicks him, he doesn't kick the soccer ball, which I think is very fitting because Umei is the one who ends up motivating Kazuya to do what he needs to do. The last chapter in this volume is chapter 399 when Kazuya changes his hair. So this is also really interesting because so much about what's currently going on in chapter 218 in the adaptation of the anime that I actually kind of realized why chapter 218 has so much staying power. Like before when people asked me like, oh, chapter 218 isn't necessary, and I would give them descriptions of just like, okay, well, it's clearly influencing Kazuya's current struggle. So much of Kazuya's current struggle very much lingers around chapter 218, very much haunts him. If people constantly keep saying the chapter is unnecessary. And then I started writing about it, and it all clicked for me immediately. The reason chapter 218 is so necessary as a chapter is because it roots itself in the fundamental theme of Rent-a-Girlfriend, which is people being perceived a certain way and not understood. In particular, Kazuya and Chizuru's images literally being tainted. As a mirror to how Mami literally taints their image. A direct callback to the very beginning of the series, where it all started, where Kazuya perceives Chizuru a certain particular way, and then he thinks he's a terrible person and he has to try and atone for that. And then he can never truly atone. No matter how much he does, he can never truly atone because atonement is about yourself. All the way you perceive yourself is what ultimately matters, not how other people see you. It's your experience, no one else's. And I think Reiji depicting chapter 218, seeing how people reacted, further delves into this exploration of the characters and how people literally don't see them. What's the whole point of the beginning of the series? Kazuya is invisible. Nobody understands what the fuck he's feeling. His friends are not there. His family are not there. Most of the people around him think he's just a fucking idiot and you should just ignore him. And then now that script is flipped. Now, Chizuru is the one who has her image tainted. Now, Chizuru's image is tainted for the audience when they reach chapter 218, and then her image for the actual characters in the story is tainted by Mami. Where Mami shows them she's a rental girlfriend, suddenly they can't look at her in any other way. And suddenly she's not just the magical princess anymore. And even when Nagomi still calls her princess currently in the manga, there's a flaw in that perception because even that princess element is still somewhat built on a lie. So Chizuru's image is literally shattered by 218. So is Kazuya's image. So is everyone's image. This even directly connects to Ruka's character. Ruka's character currently in the manga, can't you argue that her character has literally been shattered? Her image has been shattered as a character. There's no coming back. Right? She's literally not the same character you think she is anymore. She's a completely different character now. Kazuya is literally looking visually different. He's a completely different character now. He doesn't look the same at all. Chizuru seems different. Mami seems different. Sumi seems different. Even Umei literally surprises Kazuya by not being what he imagined. The whole point of this manga is literally this idea of truly seeing people, truly connecting to people. And right now, all of these characters are literally losing who they are for trying to chase what they think they want, not what they actually want. All directly connecting to the idea of love that is central to this story, all directly connecting to 218 and how the characters were ruined for people. But that's the thing, these characters don't need to align with what we want them to be. Just as, in a way, you could interpret chapter 218 as a meta commentary to the audience. I remember when I first read chapter 218. When I first read this, like, super infamous fucking chapter, you know, I thought, to me, it kind of shattered my whole perception of the story. Because I realized I didn't understand anything. When I read chapter 218, I realized I didn't understand anything. I'm like, oh, I don't get this story. I've been looking at this entire story completely wrong. I've been so busy looking at it like every other rom-com, I've missed the point. That this story is criticizing every other rom-com, that this story is not like these stories, that this story is about dealing and accepting with this pain of reality, but still choosing to dream despite that. This is where, like, my entire perception kind of flipped. And I think chapter 218 very much is like that meta commentary from the manga, where the manga is essentially challenging you to truly see it for what it actually is and not what you think it is. It literally shatters your perception. You've been reading a rom-com this whole time. You haven't been reading Rent-a-Girlfriend, right? I think that's mostly how people interact with a lot of stories. You see a genre, you're like, I'm going to read the genre. I'm not so much reading the actual story. And I think a lot of romance manga and anime tend to really fall into this trap. Most of them tend to not really be seen for what they really are, but rather it's just a good rom-com. Right? When someone asks you what's a good rom-com, you recommend that rom-com. Rent-a-Girlfriend instead chooses the path of, I don't need everyone to like me. I just need the people who really get me to like me. I don't have to be liked by everyone, which is so fitting considering what is the current narrative structure currently going on in the manga. Kazuya and Sumi and everyone desperately desires to be liked. They all just really, really want to be liked by other people. Right? Kazuya's entire struggle is this deep, deep need to be liked by Chizuru. Not realizing that's not the fucking issue. His problem is specifically that he's trying to be liked, and he's losing what made him him. So I think, in that sense, chapter 218 is actually an incredible fucking chapter that has a lot of lasting power. Now, there's a few more things from volume 45. Here's Kazuya with his head shaven, which is kind of funny, honestly. I don't know if this is someone else. I don't know if this is supposed to be someone else. I don't know what this writing means. And then here is Sumi as Superwoman, which is kind of cute. You know, Sumi literally like almost comes in to save the day. She's the Supergirl, you know. I do think from what I recall, no, Sumi was not foreshadowed just yet in the manga. I don't believe so. Yeah, from the chapters that we were presented, I don't believe she was foreshadowed just yet. Yeah, let me double check these. 391, she's not there. 392, she's not there. 393, nope, that's when Mommy shows up. 394 and 395. I don't think Sumi shows up then. I'm pretty sure Sumi comes back in chapter 400 and like something. That's when like Sumi like comes back. So yeah, Sumi's not coming back yet. I think Reishi's foreshadowing that she might be like almost coming back in the next volume, or maybe he's just alluding to the fact that she's currently present in the manga. That could just be it. So it's kind of cute. I thought this was adorable. I love her being like Supergirl. I think that's really cute. Okay. With that said, okay. Should we talk about 420? Should we talk about the anime a little bit? Didn't she come back in 390 or when Minnie confronted Chizuru? Yeah, yes, but no, because she wasn't really there. She was kind of just like Chizuru was just imagining her. Plus, wouldn't that would have been the previous volume. So it's not even in this volume, you know? I don't know if Sumi's alluded to in 400 to 400 and like, you know, if we get to 408 or something, maybe she could be alluded to. Back in chapter 412, I said chapter 222 might be important for Chizuru based on the cover and the cars from the driving school chapter. It also matches Chizuru's birthday. Seems plausible, no? Chapter 222. Which one is that? Well, we talked about how, like, you know, Cat Day is February 22nd because nya 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 nya. Well, okay. I guess chapter 22 is kind of important because it's this entire thing where the world flips over and Nagomi sees Chizuru a very particular way. Mommy fucking lies and she destroys Chizuru Mizuhara. And then Nagomi is driven to attack Chizuru's smile, becoming the very thing she literally became the very thing she despised, which is quite ironic. So I don't know. I guess it's connected, but I'm not sure. I'm just gonna say 222 it is a chapter very deeply rooted to Chizuru. 412 though, that is interesting. So we haven't done the thing where we go back to previous chapters when they flip the numbers. 412 is when when Minnie meets up with Chizuru. 421 is when Kazuya and Minnie separate. Isn't that interesting? And this entire sequence is about a dynamic flip. Right? Minnie goes to Chizuru to learn new information and ends up not really learning a whole lot. You know, she kind of didn't really break out of her matrix. If anything, she kind of dragged Chizuru into it. How fitting that 421 Kazuya seemingly does the same thing to Sumi, where it kind of flips on its head. So that's interesting. Those two things seem to be connected. 214 might be relevant to this. So 214 is what? 214 is when Kazuya loses Chizuru. When Chizuru runs to meet Mommy. And then we get Mommy's entire backstory. Interesting. A certain someone. Interesting. The teaser for Mommy was about a certain someone. Here, it's not about a certain anyone. It's about the opposite. No one. It's about Kazuya specifically, but it's actually flipped. Because the entire point of this chapter is Sumi compares Kazuya to a whole bunch of nobodies, trying to tell him he's cool. But she's not actually looking at him. This is about Sumi's feelings, not about Kazuya himself. She doesn't actually see Kazuya. It's all about her own feelings. And she steps over a bunch of people to say her feelings. Interesting. Whereas with Mommy, it's specifically trying to trample over Kazuya and Chizuru to validate her own emotions. So, and that's another thing I've said before. Sumi and Mommy are like kind of literally flips of each other. They're both selfish in the opposite ways. Sumi is selfish in that it's like she runs away from what she wants. And she uses her personality as justification to do it. Mommy uses her trauma as justification to do what she wants. So it's kind of like a double meaning for both characters. Sumi is shy, but she uses her shyness as an excuse. Mommy is a victim, but she uses the fact that she's a victim as an excuse to justify her behavior. It's literally, they're meant to kind of parallel in that regard. You notice when Sumi says Kazuya is cool, the building in the back says center, yet Sumi isn't centered. Center play. Well, yeah, that is interesting. This shot kind of reminds me of oh my god, I know exactly what it reminds me of. Give me a second. I know exactly what this shot reminds me of. And again, it's a fundamental contrast to Chizuru. Oh, I know exactly what this fucking reminds me of. Oh, look. Chizuru isn't centered, but she looks him right in the eye, and her words are intentionally sharing space with her. There's a balance between Chizuru looking at him, the scenery, the magic, and when you said, let's make a movie, it made me so happy. She makes it specifically about him, not about anyone else. No one else is there. It's just them and the stars. It's them at night sharing something very personal no one else gets to hear. Now look at Sumi. Complete reversal. Eyes closed, surrounded by people, and she tells him it doesn't matter who, you're cooler than everyone, with her eyes closed, not even actually looking at him. It's not really about him, it's about her. Whereas with Chizuru, it is about her. She says, you made me happy, but she's sharing that feeling with him. She's sharing her happiness with him. Sumi is not. Sumi is standing amongst a crowd of people in broad daylight, whereas Chizuru is in the middle of the fucking night and fuck nowhere. And they're about to film something, right? Chizuru does it before they film something. Sumi does it in the middle of them doing a script. So what's real and what isn't? If Chizuru had done that while she was filming, Kazuya would wonder, is this real or isn't it? Here, Sumi specifically does it during rental. So Kazuya doesn't know if it's real or if it's not. This specifically counters the film, which is super intentional because why? Chizuru, when she calls Kazuya cool, specifically tells him because of the movie. And because Chizuru mentions the movie, it directly connects to this. It's almost like these two scenes are inherently connected. One's a script, one is done before a script, with no one else to hear. To me, you're the best. She doesn't tell him why he's the best. Chizuru does. Chizuru says, thank you. I think I don't have the words to properly express my gratitude. Sumi literally doesn't have the words to tell him why he's the best. How fitting, right? One of them actually conveys her gratitude and he understands how she feels even though she can't properly say it. The other tells him he's cool, but he doesn't understand why. Why she thinks he's cool. She just thinks he's cool. But why? He doesn't get it. He doesn't really understand her feelings. Right? He's just right. What did I hear? Oh, wait, did I hear that right? I'm her best, really? Did everyone hear that? This feels amazing. This is the real treat of renting a girlfriend. He's in shadows. He doesn't know these are her real feelings. And it's never cleared up. You have no clue. I meant 422 instead of 222. Sorry. Oh, you think 422 is going to be important for Chizuru? Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, I thought that too. We were all essentially saying that because what was the teaser again? The teaser was like a masterpiece, or no, it was like something you work really hard on. It was something you work really, really hard on, which just seems like very, very particular to Chizuru. Chizuru's birthday is today, and then suddenly you have like the entire infamous chapter being adapted into the anime. It looks like Chizuru's a bad character. Chizuru's literally not present in this arc at all. I feel like the next chapter is going to be very much a Chizuru chapter. Fucking absolutely. It's going to be a very, very deep Chizuru chapter. Absolutely. Even if she's not there, it's going to be absolutely relevant to her in some way, shape, or form. But I do think next chapter Chizuru is going to show up. It makes a little too much sense. It just makes a little too much sense for Chizuru to show. It's her fucking birthday. What do you mean Chizuru is not going to show up? Of course she's going to fucking show up. It's her goddamn birthday. Which, by the way, I did want to point out something I noticed that was interesting. In chapter 400 and... which one is it? Not that one. In chapter 412, I think it's really interesting that Chizuru has Sumi's braid. I think it's really interesting that Chizuru has Sumi's braid. And then what happens in this chapter, Kazuya asks Sumi out on that rental date that we're currently on. What are the fucking odds that Chizuru literally has Sumi's braid when it happens? I feel like that's quite intentional. That feels like it's very, very fucking intentional. Now, okay, the episode of the anime. So for those who don't know, they made a they made an uncensored version of the episode that we watched in last stream, which is really not surprising. Like, I pretty much thought they would. I said the same thing. I literally said, like, when they release the volume version, they're gonna have an uncensored version. Not really shocking. But having watched it, I think it's so much worse than the original adaptation. Like, significantly worse. Like, specifically because there's a few reasons. One, they do this thing where all the shots linger, right? All these shots like linger. Oh yeah. For anyone who wants to see it, it's on Reddit. So go see it. I can't show it here. What the fuck do you expect? I can't fucking show it here. A man destroyed by his own mind, now uncensored. Yes. Anyways, having watched it, it kind of sucks. I'm not gonna lie. I think the TV version is a lot better. And the reason I say this is a few points. One, the pacing is terrible, in particular because when the shots show up, they linger. Now you would think, oh, this is just like the manga, right? Except there's a problem with this. The shots are already out of sync with the things that the manga was trying to create. So the manga specifically shows very specific things in chapter 218 in reference to something Kazuya imagines. So for example, it's gonna sound fucking weird. They show like Chizuru saying move, and you see Umei moving, and then Kazuya getting a boner right after. It's weird, but what that's trying to show is that Kazuya literally wants to be in Umei's place. This doesn't happen at all in the show. There is other stuff like the swimsuit. Kazuya imagines the swimsuit. Remember, the Chizuru got the swimsuit specifically for him, and then he imagines the swimsuit on the floor. So certain things like that. Basically, what you notice is that there's no lack of arrangement. It just feels like the shots are kind of like just there. And they do this thing where it reminds me so much of I don't know for any of you who've seen Spider-Man No Way Home. So Spider-Man No Way Home is one of those like theatrical experiences where when you're watching it in theaters with everyone else, when certain characters show up, you cheer. But the movie literally lingers. The characters walk in like they just walked into like an SNL skit or something, and the crowd started cheering. When they do it in the film, when you watch the film on your own time, it comes off as weird because you're like, why is the shot lingering like that? That's kind of awkward. That's pretty much how that feels like, because it'll show these things and they're literally just stills, and it'll like zoom in and then it'll cut to something else. And it's like a really jarring, like amateur like cut. It feels very mediocre. To top it off, they use this like weird ding sound over and over and over again. It's like bing, 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 and then it finally does it one last time when you see Kazuya's boner in the fucking pool. This doesn't work because it feels annoying to listen to. It's rather than like actually being like intentionally dissonant like the original one was, where it has this like weird sharp sound. This is just like ding, 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 and I went and rewatched the first episode, and I realized where they got that from. If you go back to the very first episode, the place they got this ding sound from is literally when Kazuya looks at the advertisement for rental. So let me pull that up just to show you what I mean. So when Kazuya looks up the advertisement for rental in literally chapter 1, the words like hover around him. Instead, the way they do it in the anime is that it's right here. Instead, the way they do it in the anime is that it does like this one, then this one, then this one, then this one. They all have like dinging sounds that like get change tune just a little bit, as if trying to like go up a pitch every time. In the anime, they essentially try to allude to this because this entire thing, remember, chapter 218 is literally a direct nod and a continuation of chapter 1. In that sense, the entire thematic idea of chapter 1 is inherently connected to chapter 218. Yes, it is literally, chapter 218 is founded on the original idea of the series, the idea of perception and how people look. So, what they tried to do in the uncensored version is literally allude to that. And it just completely falls flat for me. It just doesn't work. The pacing is terrible. The lingering shots of stills of just Chizuru getting railed for no fucking reason. Like, it just comes off as awkward and like very unplanned. Whereas the reason the TV version worked, the black and white one that's censored, the reason it worked for me is because you don't see these shots very well. And because you don't see these shots, you don't see the obvious glaring problems, right? Because they're so obscured, you can't tell what's happening very effectively, but then that also makes it worse when you stop and look at it. That's why that works for me so much better. Whereas in the uncensored version, it just comes off as like very amateurish. Briff, the Hispanic YouTuber who talks about Rent a Girlfriend, made his own edit. I didn't like that either. He leaned way too much into horror. And I personally don't believe there's supposed to be inherently a horror element to this entire thing. There's supposed to be like this weird dissonance where there's a creeping horror that's like very slow and uncomfortable, but then there's like almost a sense of comedy and the blending of reality and fiction, which is literally the whole idea of rental. That's the fucking point. So this thing that like he goes for just doesn't work for me. It falls kind of flat. He's trying a little too hard. It's a little too in your face. It's too loud. The music is too sad. This 218 is not like a super like in your face sad chapter. It's a chapter where you kind of have to stop and like actually see the sadness rather than like it being fucking fed to you. Because the whole point of 218 is that you can't really empathize with it unless you actually give a shit about Kazuya's character. Unless you actually really connect to him, unless you really try to feel his pain and understand what he's going through. Because if you think about it, like what Kazuya feels in chapter 218 is real. Like, sorry to say, like when someone rejects you, they might be with someone else. And they might have sex, and they might kiss, and they might get intimate. And all those things Kazuya imagined very well could happen. That's why it hurts him so much. That it's him coming to terms with that reality, while at the same time, that reality is blending with a form of fiction. And essentially, the idea of reality is getting corrupted and shattered, so you don't know what's real and what's fiction anymore. It's all just blending together, and you've lost touch of what's actually fucking happening. That's what makes chapter 218 so interesting. It has so many fucking layers to it that are all inherently connected to the very beginning of the series, and all of the thematic ideas presented about like rental, real, sex and relationships or romantic feelings versus like real feelings and like all that stuff. They make 218 look like a cloud of mental breakdowns. I didn't like it, to be honest. I thought the censored version was a lot better. I thought the censored version was a lot better, personally. I think the censored version is like the best like the best way you could really do it. From if it's something you're gonna broadcast on TV, the censored version was like, with the budget that they had and the time and the staff, it was the best way they could have done it. Even the guitar solo, in my opinion, kind of works. Like, there's a weird fucking guitar solo fucking going off in the background, but if you think about it, it makes a lot of sense because one, guitar solo, Kazuya is experiencing this completely on his own. So a guitar solo is quite fitting. Two, if you go back to the scenes where Kazuya beats his meat, they always play a guitar. So that feels very intentional. Three, it's a joke about getting rock hard. Four, there's an idea that like the guitar in particular is very like distracting and dissonant. And it almost acts as if it's like insulting Kazuya's character. That because the guitar is loud and it demands attention. It's one of those instruments. It's a very loud, brash instrument that demands a lot of attention. So the way they use it, specifically an electric guitar, the way they use it gives it that like impact that like forces you to pay attention to it, which I think conceptually is a really good idea. In execution, it's kind of like a little over the place. It's kind of like a mix of being distracting while at the same time, like, kind of somewhat fitting because Kazuya's literally being distracted by sounds of people around him that he can't ignore, just as we literally can't ignore the guitar solo. So in that sense, there is a lot of, like, really good ideas that when you stop and think about them do actually work quite well, in my opinion. If I were to chart the scene after Everly Gims, we cut back to Kazuya, and as the scene goes tears back, become bigger until that point. No, I don't think that would work. I don't think that would work. The whole point of that scene is to not see Kazuya. And I think they understood that. You miss the point in showing Kazuya's character. You miss the point in focusing on Kazuya's character. That's where I really disagree with people. They're so focused on this like shattering image of like all this shit happening that you miss the point of the fact that 218 is about making Kazuya invisible. He literally doesn't fucking matter. The whole point of the chapter is that he is a joke and he is becoming invisible. You see Ruka, Kibe, and Curry laughing as Kazuya is fucking suffering. The whole point is that he's invisible. No one sees him, as a parallel to how everyone sees Chizuru, but no one actually understands her. That's literally the parallel. Chizuru is isolated in a reverse way. Every single fucking person looks at her. Nobody understands her. Nobody looks at Kazuya, and therefore nobody actually sees him. So, yeah. People tend to forget how disgusting Kazuya can be as a character. But that's the thing, though. Disgusting is part of human nature. Like, I'm sorry to tell you, disgusting is part of human nature. Like, it's just, we're all gross in our own ways. Kazuya isn't like, if anything, I think in focusing so much on the disgusting aspect of Kazuya's character, you completely miss the beautiful, genuine aspect of his character. In trying to deny the disgusting aspect of Kazuya's character, we deny the wonderful aspect of his character. Because that's a part of him. You need that balance. That disgusting part of Kazuya makes the wonderful part of him. And I think in trying to deny one in favor of the other, we have essentially repeated this cycle of like judging people by how they appear. Literally, like Chizuru is being judged specifically because she's a fucking rental girlfriend. Nagomi literally straight up admits to like judging her with horophobia, aka being judgmental of sex workers. So, you know, or sexophobia, I don't know what the fuck we call it. So literally like that in denying that aspect of these characters, we deny who they are. So Kazuya is only seen for his love, thus his identity is denied. Chizuru is only seen for her identity, thus her love is denied. People don't see these characters. And that's the tragedy. I'm lurking, but these rock hard jokes pulled a lull out of me. Good. That was the intention. Good. Rock hard. No, yeah, that was the intent. I'm glad someone fucking got a chuckle out of these memes. I could read this. Yeah, so it's Chizuru's birthday. There was some stuff. Reiji shared this. Reiji did this art piece right here for Chizuru's birthday. Very fitting. Yeah, I talked about this and how they kind of like, yeah, like, in particular, I did want to point out, having reread chapter 1, oh, sorry, not reread, rewatched episode 1 of Rent-A-Girlfriend, in contrast to chapter 218, dude, 218 falls so fucking flat in the anime in comparison to the intro, which actually, like, kind of hits. Like, the intro of episode 1 kind of fucking hits. It's brutal. It's brutal. It's not just the voice acting, it's literally the entire direction is perfect. And I think in trying so hard to replicate the impact of chapter 1 in the anime, they end up ultimately failing. They try too hard to essentially replicate it, in particular with the censored version, that it ends up just kind of falling flat. And it just doesn't fucking work. Fucking Lucan. Oh, this shit was funny. This is the one of the designers for the anime. I can read what he said. He said, "The scene hit me with an incredible shock when I first saw it in the original work. But Kazuya's reaction made me truly realize that this is reality, that this actually happened. Being dumped means it's definitely clear that the girl I like is going to be held by another man, and everything I wanted is being taken away by the other guy." There was nowhere to channel my emotions, with only sadness and delusions racing through me, leaving just the impulse towards the things I had longed for. The depiction of rejection was so incredibly real, and as I stood there skimming through the magazine at the convenience store back then, I thought the original work that captured it well was truly amazing. Right? So even he admits, like, the original work just did it so much better. Low key. Why is it that I end up deeply empathizing with the description of being dumped? Well, that's because abbreviated. Yeah, pretty much what he said. So yeah, it's kind of cool. Like that's the thing. It's like that's one of the reasons I'm not super critical of the anime. Wait, what the hell? Oh, okay. It is. Yeah. And they were talking about like how they had the uncensored version. Hmm. I guess we could read did I ever read Mute's post for chapter 421? Did I ever do that? I don't think we did. I don't believe we ever did we? No, right? No? Okay. Let me see. Let me pull it up so I can read it. Ooh, did Kana post something? Oh, she just retweeted Reiji. Okay. Hopefully Kana also posts something a little later, but no worries. And of course, people are being completely normal about chapter 218 being adapted. They're being so fucking normal about it. So normal. Here, I will read one thing. There is one particular post I did want to read, because I kind of nailed the idea of chapter 218 well. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Yeah, I think it's this one. There we go. So I'll read this. I'll read this for you guys really quick. It's a short thread. It's a short thread. So, have you ever felt invisible, unseen? You walk with friends and family, and it feels like you're just a third wheel in your own group. Like none of it is real. Like you don't belong. Rent a Girlfriend is about seeing those who are invisible. Ironic, considering few see it. The latest episode depicted the infamous chapter 218, a chapter notorious in the anime manga community, fandom, whatever. And yet it perfectly captures how love dies. It makes you feel sick, it makes Kazuya a joke, and it even hurts the image of the characters. That is the point. How we see things shapes reality. Kazuya becomes invisible here. No one sees him, not even the viewers. People hate him for imagining this. They think he's a terrible person, not realizing he feels this exact way about himself. A guy who just wishes to be seen is instead seen for what he is not, a bad person. Kazuya no longer appears virtuous to the readers. His image is tainted. Chizuru's image is tainted, even though this is not the real her. But you can't unsee it anymore, right? It's burned into your memory. It's horrible. And yet, isn't how we choose to see something completely up to us? Is something defined by how they appear? Is someone defined by how they appear, their mistakes, how they react, or what they actually did? Kazuya's family makes these exact assumptions when finding out that Chizuru is a rental girlfriend. Not because they were lied to, but because deep down, they didn't believe it at all. Yet, how does Kazuya act in response? He protects, he sacrifices. However, no one sees this. They see a pathetic loser, a liar, a bad person. They erase him as the viewers do. No one sees Kazuya, except for Chizuru, who protects him. Yet she too is unseen. But for her, it's about love. Her love is unseen. Chizuru's love is unseen and questioned. What does Nagomi say? She left this world believing her dearest granddaughter had finally managed to introduce her boyfriend to her. If what Mommy Dono says is true, then I'm not letting this go. For her sake, there's no way I can let this go. Look at Chizuru's face and look at Nagomi. Chizuru's about to break down in tears. And this lady is out here on a fucking mission. Doesn't even give a shit. No one sees her love. No one sees how much love Chizuru has to give, how much it fucking matters to her. All they care is that she lied. Nagomi fundamentally does not understand how Sayuri felt. It's very ironic that she's on this fucking quest that she's doing right here when Sayuri literally said, I don't care. Chizuru told her, I lied about something big. And Sayuri's like, I don't give a shit. I just care if you're happy. That's all that matters to me. I know you're a good person. That's all I care about. I don't care that you were lied to. It's ironic that Nagomi starts this entire fucking quest line for her friend because she's trying to validate her friend's feelings, but she's literally hurting the thing she loves. Nagomi is literally hurting the one thing Sayuri truly fucking cherished. In this fucking quest that she's on right now. How fucking ironic. She literally doesn't see Chizuru. She's blind to Chizuru in her confirmation bias. She's so certain that this is for Sayuri. This isn't for Sayuri, this is for you. And that's the tragedy of this entire sequence. Nagomi doesn't see Chizuru at all. She doesn't see how she's hurting her. She doesn't see Sayuri. She doesn't see what the fuck she's doing. Even now, in the manga, all people see is Chizuru's identity, or what they perceive to be her identity, thus erasing her love and her identity. All people see is Kazuya's love, thus erasing his identity. So they literally can't see each other even when trying to. Chizuru can't see Kazuya, and Kazuya can't see Chizuru. When Nagomi looks at Chizuru and Chizuru doesn't answer, she says, I see. So that's how it is, huh? I'm a bit tired. She turns away. She doesn't actually look at Chizuru. Just because Chizuru doesn't answer her, just because Chizuru doesn't have an answer for her, she makes an assumption. And you see Mommy's shit-eating grin. In the end of Hawaiians, only they could see the other in that moment. But it was a glimmer. A light Chizuru feels unworthy of, and a darkness Kazuya turns away from in favor of the light of hope. So, right, you see Kazuya literally look upwards, and you see Chizuru turn away from the light. All you see with Kazuya is just light, and there's just a little bit of darkness behind him. All you see with Chizuru is darkness and the light shining on her, but she feels unworthy of it. She turns away from it. Chizuru is in darkness. Kazuya is looking up at light when Chizuru is in the fucking darkness. He needs to look at the darkness to see her. Chizuru, in contrast, can't face the light that is Kazuya. He's too bright. She feels unworthy of it. Kazuya turns away from in favor of the light of hope. It saddens me that such a beautiful story remains unseen by so many. It illuminates so much of the dark parts of our world, yet still tells us to dream, to look at the devastating reality in the face and still choose to believe. See the invisible, do the impossible. Yes, by the way, many straight-up references Gurren fucking Lagann. Your victim complex is the drill which will pierce the heavens, like Gurren Lagann. Minnie straight up fucking says this. The latest episode is still considered divisive by many people, and they say it shouldn't have been made. I think it should have, precisely for this reason, because it perfectly captures how love is destroyed and why even then we have to keep fighting for it, revive it from the dead because it keeps us alive. It's specifically because we're seeing the characters how we want to see them, not for who they actually are. It should have been made specifically for that reason because it is challenging you to choose love. It is challenging you to see the darkness of these characters, to assume all of these horrible things and still recognize that this is the love that you desire, because that is what love is. Love is about seeing the darkness of someone and still deciding this is who I fell in love with. This is who I want to be. So even if Chizuru, the whole idea is that Chizuru just has not had a fucking relationship, but Kazuya has to accept that Chizuru could have had a relationship, that the thing he imagined could have been real. It is real, and still you have to love this character. So what? You probably for all you know, the person you had a relationship had a different fucking relationship, and they had sex with someone else. So what? So just because they had sex with someone else, you can't have a relationship with them? Just because they were in a relationship with someone else, you can't be in a relationship with them? It's this idea of someone being tainted and unpure. The story is literally challenging that. Wake the fuck up. It doesn't matter how people are. It doesn't matter these mistakes. It doesn't matter the darkness. You see that shit and you still choose love. That is why chapter 218 is so important. That is why the beginning of the series is directly connected to chapter 218, because Kazuya literally appears like a shitty person to a lot of people. And still, you choose to connect to this character. And still, Chizuru still chooses to see the good of Kazuya's character. She doesn't see the worst in him. There's a good person there. She looks past the darkness. She doesn't just see a terrible fucking person. Kazuya doesn't just see a terrible fucking person. However, Kazuya's issue is that he's choosing not to see the bad aspects of Chizuru's character, thus completely invalidating her. Because she has done bad things, and that's okay. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with you if you've done bad things. You're not inherently a horrible fucking person. That is something Kibe literally says. Kibe says this straight up. That, like, just because Kazuya lied, it doesn't mean he's not a good person. That's what this was all about. Kibe was upset at Kazuya for lying, not because of the lie itself, but because he perceived lying as being a bad person. Kibe had to contend with this idea that Kazuya is not a bad person for lying. Kibe had to contend with the idea that he was actually kind of a bad person for pressuring his friend into fucking lying when he wanted to tell the truth. Kazuya's entire family, whether they intended to or not, even his friends, facilitated this. They facilitated this behavior. I was literally talking to someone about this. Let me see if I can pull up the post. Yeah, I was talking to this person. I essentially responded by saying, I don't think you understand what I mean when I say he feels invisible. And isn't it ironic that you say this because even though he has friends, did you notice how in Hawaiians, they all ignore him and don't listen to his opinion? You can have many friends and family and still feel alone. He says, I might be wrong, but I believe that friends are people who wish you the best rather than peering into your mouth waiting for every word. I kind of disagree and agree. Both can be true, but I believe friends are people who truly see you and believe. I believe many of Kazuya's bonds failed him here, because the moment Mommy showed them possible proof that what Kazuya had was fake, they immediately turned on him. They didn't see his isolation. What did Nagomi do right after? She blamed Kazuya for Mommy. His family continued acting exactly as they have before. The matter was not settled. So just to clear that up, Hawaiians was not settled, they were just saved. They just saved the issue, but the events that were actually occurring in Hawaiians weren't truly settled. The matter was not settled. The issue was merely paused. Nagomi even began to realize her mistakes. So did Kibe, but they became passive, barely in his life as he isolates. In the end, it's still Kazuya's fault in their eyes. And because Kazuya took the full blame, Chizuru felt guilty and unworthy of his family and him. The truth is, everyone still has a lot to overcome. Hawaiians merely highlighted the issues as they grappled with how to live with this realization that they have made mistakes, that they might not be such good people as they think they were. In reality, everyone is partially to blame, not simply Chizuru, Kazuya, or Mami, but even the family, who facilitated this behavior in their jaded beliefs and judgment. They clearly realize this in part now, but like Kazuya, they don't know how to face themselves and truly change. This is what the current arc in the manga is all about. It's coming to the realization that you've lived a fucking lie, that you saw what the truth is and you didn't really change. And you have to contend with the lies that you're telling yourselves in order to truly change, in order to truly take your life back, in order to truly take autonomy back over your choices. I think that's the biggest thing that's really kind of going on right now, that these characters have not truly taken autonomy back over their lives. And that is directly connected to a character like Sumi, who still lies. She's in the very end of it, in the very end of the chapter, right? Let me pull it up. What happens with Sumi is really interesting because Kazuya, which by the way, I don't know if this should be a fucking tell for you guys. Kazuya raises his arms like this, just like in chapter 218, he raises his arms exactly like this, as he lies to himself. Brother. Anyways, Sumi looks at him, and she writes in her phone, maybe I don't want to be Cupid. She flashes back to this particular scene where everybody had their phones down. This is very particularly interesting because in that arc, phones represented fake connections, right? When you're on your phone, you're not really connecting to someone. Here, in reality, what's written in Sumi's phone reflects her real feelings. So when she puts it down in the end and she closes it and smiles, she's lying. This is meant to look like the birthday arc, where they put their phones away and truly connect to someone. Instead, what happens here is Sumi lies about her own feelings. She closes the phone exactly like the birthday arc, except what she says out loud is a lie. Oh, it's nothing. It's not nothing. You fucking love him. That's a lot more than nothing. Except she thinks there's one person who encouraged me. Oh, my feelings are not as good as theirs. Therefore, I can put my feelings away. That's fucking stupid. I'm sorry. I get you guys love Sumi. She's a fucking idiot. She's a stupid dum-dum who's still too young to fucking realize the truth of reality. That you have to fucking share your feelings. Technically, what happened to Sumi is what happened to Kazuya. Technically, what happened to Sumi is what happened to Chizuru. They thought their feelings were not good enough, so they put them away. Exactly like chapter 218 and exactly like chapter 219, where they put their feelings away because they thought they didn't deserve this person. Sumi does exactly that here. A direct mirror to both Kazuya and Chizuru and doesn't even realize it. She's being incredibly hypocritical and does not even see it. She doesn't see that in doing this, she has perpetuated the very cycle she thought she was actually actively going against. You became the very thing you thought you disliked. When is Minnie going to admit she doesn't want to be Cupid either? That's the thing, though. Minnie does want to be Cupid. But the reason Minnie... So the difference between Minnie and Sumi is this. Sumi has feelings for Kazuya, and she doesn't share these feelings. Minnie wants her own thing. And she happens to be catching feelings for both Kazuya and Chizuru. So she's playing Cupid and coming to the realization she doesn't want to be Cupid anymore. It's literally like when you read a romance manga and you see romance and you're like, I want that for myself. That's how that is. With Sumi, it's more of a flip. With Sumi, it's like she actually has feelings for this person and she chooses to be Cupid, even though she never wanted to be. Sumi always knew she was Cupid. Minnie didn't. Minnie didn't realize she was Cupid. Sumi's hypocritical? Absolutely. She tells Kazuya to share his real feelings and open up while she doesn't share her feelings and open up. Like she always hides her feelings behind the idea of rental. She always hides them behind rental. She never does it off script. She never says off script, I like you, this is not a script, these are my real feelings. Sumi never ever clears that up. Nope. And that's meant to parallel Minnie, who also hides behind a script, who also presents an image constantly. She has a parasocial relationship with everyone. She doesn't truly connect to people because it fucking scares her. Sumi's struggling with the same problem as Chizuru. She can't escape rental. Except, with Sumi, it's an active choice. With Chizuru, it's not. Sumi is choosing this. Remember, what is Reiji currently teaching us in the manga right now? Every character is trapped in learned helplessness. Every character is trapped in learned helplessness. For instance, when Ruka first assaulted Kazuya in the very beginning of the series, he couldn't have really known, right? When Ruka assaulted Kazuya on his birthday, he couldn't have seen that coming. No fucking way. No shot. Maybe there was some signs, but he couldn't have known she would actually do it. He realized there were signs, but in that moment, he couldn't have actually known Ruka would ever cross the line like that. When it happens again, he could have known, right? So the first time, no, it's not your fucking fault, right? The first time, absolutely, it's not your fucking fault. When it happens a second time, when it happens a third time, then it becomes, okay, you've told yourself you're helpless. You've told yourself you can't do something. And that's how you justify these things. That's how it becomes okay for these things to happen to you. You're just hurting yourself for no fucking reason. So Kazuya has this learned helplessness. Sumi is his fucking mirror. Sumi is his identical fucking mirror. Because she's not helpless. But she's told herself that she is. Right? She walks around, everyone looks at her, and she lets these people judge her. She's clearly a successful rental girlfriend, yet she doesn't chase her dream of being an being an idol. She doesn't say her feelings to Kazuya very clearly, even though she could. She could clear it up. She has the gut power to say her feelings. This shows you that Sumi can say her feelings. Saying her feelings is not the issue. Sumi can do it if she really fucking wants to. That's not the issue. She just doesn't clear it up between rental and real thing because it's easier not to. You can apply this to Ruka as well. Ruka has her own form of learned helplessness where she justifies, doing what she does because she loves Kazuya. Because she loves Kazuya, everything and anything she does is okay. And because he's not dating Chizuru, it's fine. I can cross any fucking line. You can apply this to Mami too. Mami is a victim, and a part of her circumstances stop her from recognizing that she has a learned form of helplessness. But that doesn't justify her actions, and she has to realize eventually that what she's doing is fucking wrong. And that she could have averted many of these issues had she actually stepped up and taken a choice. Chizuru, in my opinion, is the reverse of everyone. She knows, she learned, in my opinion, in Hawaiians and in the 3 months, that she had learned helplessness. That she told herself she couldn't do anything, that she told herself this was out of her control. It wasn't. And through Minnie, through letting Minnie in, she learned she wasn't helpless. She tried, and she kept trying and trying and trying and trying. But because of Kazuya's learned helplessness, it made her feel like she couldn't do anything. So she keeps trying more and more and more and more and more. So Chizuru's problem is kind of the reverse of everyone else. She's trying so hard that it comes off like learned helplessness because no matter what she does, there's no result. So it looks like Chizuru's just running away, and it looks like learned helplessness. Basically, in life, any extreme, no matter what side it's on, ultimately loops around to being the same exact fucking thing. So when someone really values good people, but is so extreme in their beliefs on what good is, they turn around to being a piece of shit who judges everyone else. In the same way, people who, for example, are so extreme in their beliefs that, someone is bad, turn around all the way to not recognizing good people. Okay? So you loop back around to the same fucking issue. And that's, in my opinion, what's going on with Chizuru. Then it's just like Kazuya. What do you mean? What do you mean? If you mean Kazuya and Chizuru swapped roles, then yes, they did. It's not literally just like Kazuya. It looks like Kazuya's. No, that's what I'm trying to say. It's not literally just like Kazuya. It looks like Kazuya's. Kazuya and Chizuru are literally like reversed mirrors, right? It's not the same. It just looks the same. It looped back around to looking the same, but it's not the same. Chizuru is trying so hard, but it never works. So she tries harder and harder and harder and takes more extreme measures that it looks like that she's not actually putting in a real effort, that she's just telling herself she can't do something. That's not the case. Chizuru is putting in an effort. But because of Kazuya's learned helplessness, she feels like she's not doing enough. In part, it is still a choice. In part, we can all agree, yes, what Chizuru is doing is still, in many ways, a choice. She is still making her own choices. She is her own person. Chizuru knows who she is. However, Kazuya is facilitating this. Exactly as Kazuya's family facilitated his behavior, exactly as Kibe facilitated his behavior, exactly as Mami's family facilitated her behavior, exactly as Ruka facilitated certain behaviors. In particular, Ruka and Mami facilitated Chizuru's behavior in Hawaiians. It's not just totally, completely her fault. You can't just say it's something is completely someone's fault, but that person eventually has to take accountability and responsibility for these choices because they still ultimately made them. Life is a balance of the two. You have to recognize how the environment that you are in can shape your choices, but you also have to recognize that it's still a choice you made, right? People around you have a responsibility to you just as you have a responsibility to yourself. It's both. And I think that's what this story is trying to talk about. It's this balance of the characters in the story not taking accountability for their actions. Chizuru is taking accountability for her actions, but it's such an extreme that it's looping back around to looking like she's not. She is. Kazuya, Sumi, Minnie, Mami, Ruka, none of these characters are taking accountability of their actions. And they're facilitating the current behavior. In that same way, you could look at Chizuru and say, isn't Chizuru technically facilitating Kazuya talking and interacting with Mami because she's not here? Do you see how it's literally looping around to looking like the same fucking thing? Right? In Chizuru not being around because she's trying so hard to do this thing, she's facilitating Kazuya interacting with these people. She's technically pushing him to Mami. She's technically pushing him to Ruka. She had a bit of responsibility to this. However, it's still in many ways Kazuya's choices. So you can't say it's completely Chizuru's fault, but she definitely had a part to play in this. She facilitated this in some way, shape, or form. How ironic Mami is the reason their relationship is torn apart, but also the reason they met each other. Exactly. Exactly. That's literally the fucking point. That's literally the fucking point. Mami is the reason their relationship is a fucking mess. And yet she's also the reason they met. In that same way, Chizuru has to forgive Mami because she needs to recognize how Mami is a byproduct of her environment, but also how Mami is the reason they got closer in the first place. It literally mirrors Chizuru's mother. Chizuru needs to forgive her mom because her mom is the reason she's here. Her mom is the reason she got such a good chance at life. And yet at the same time, her mom is the reason Chizuru doubts herself so much. Her mom both made mistakes and might not have been such a bad person. She's the one who gave her a name that makes other people happy. Mami is the same exact way. Mami is both the villain of the story and in many ways the best Cupid they could have ever had. It's really quite ironic, and that is the fucking point. That is the point. Our perception shapes our reality. How you view things will decide how you choose to see it. That is why so much of this is about sight. Sumi closing her eyes, Kazuya being in shadows and not being able to understand how Sumi feels, Kazuya not recognizing what's actually happening, Kazuya and Sumi literally being trapped in light, unable to see the shadows around them. Kazuya says when it comes to Mizuhara, this is no time to be scared. As you see a little creeping shadow underneath, right? He says it's no time to be scared, and yet, do you even know what you're walking into? Kazuya says, but now I wonder, maybe I've only thought about this from a guy's perspective when it comes to sounding lame, and girls feel completely different about it. In that case, it's working against me to be so self-conscious about it. I just have to consider the timing, place, and occasion. When it comes to Mizuhara, this is no time to be scared. This sounds like a good thing. He's technically right. He's technically right. He's not necessarily wrong here. This is why he's in light. That's the brilliance of this chapter. So much of it is technically correct. So much of it, what the character is saying isn't necessarily wrong, but there is something wrong. Because while he's right about this, he's wrong about himself. He's not seeing himself and what he's doing wrong. It's a truth disguising a lie. That is what this whole point of this chapter is. It is literally a truth disguising a lie. Sumi confesses to Kazuya, and you think Kazuya is dumb for not seeing this, except Sumi never makes it a distinct clarity between her real feelings and rental. Never ever clears that up. And then she gets sad for Kazuya not recognizing that, except she never cleared it up. So you're upset that Kazuya doesn't get how Sumi feels, except she didn't go out of her way to clear it up. Life is not going to hand you freebies. In life, you got to take fucking charge. Kazuya says, if this goes well, I might as well call you Cupid, Sumi-chan. His eyes are closed. He doesn't see her. Her eyes are wide open and she feels unseen. And yet, if you think about it, whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? She could have cleared it up. She could have said, I don't want to be Cupid. I actually like you. And I don't mean that as rental. I actually fucking like you. But no, she doesn't. She has feelings for this person and yet cuts all contact. That's the thing about feelings. There's a difference between avoidance and actually addressing your emotions. Okay? So real boundaries, in my opinion, are when you actually tell the person how you feel and let yourself get rejected. You avoiding the person solves nothing. You're just bottling up your emotions now. It's gonna fester, it's gonna get worse, and it's gonna fucking haunt you, and it's gonna become a regret. However, setting boundaries is far more effective. When you choose to ghost someone and not talk to them, that just causes more problems. Minnie literally told this to Chizuru. You're not solving the problem. You both feel like shit. You gotta talk to him. You're making this worse. That was the big call-out moment for Chizuru. And that's when Chizuru really started changing. You know? Now, she doesn't see her current mistakes, but that's a little different. It's not for a lack of trying. She absolutely is trying. And I think if Chizuru recognized what Kazuya went through, she would absolutely take responsibility. Kazuya is the opposite. He's literally not seeing his mistakes. He's looking away from them comfortably. Chizuru isn't. Chizuru doesn't want to look away from her mistakes. She sees them for what they are. She admits she knows what she's doing is wrong. That's the difference, right? Minnie called Chizuru out in the beginning for not recognizing what the fuck she's doing wrong and how she's hurting Kazuya and herself. And she's like, you would become a bad person if, despite hearing all this, you chose to do nothing. So she steps up. Now, it's the opposite. Kazuya needs someone to fucking yell at him and tell him what the fuck he's doing. And nobody is, because nobody really sees him. He's invisible, right? He always looks like the cool dude who's always under control. He's not. And that's, I think, the key difference here. This element of accountability and responsibility. Because the moment Chizuru realizes what the fuck she's been happening, she'll tell Kazuya, no, I still made a choice and that choice hurt you. I knew what I was doing in part. So you don't blame yourself for this. I knew what I was doing. I'm not such a great person. And I genuinely think this is what Chizuru will say to snap Kazuya out of it. Kazuya is going to be like, it's all my fault. I fucked up. I did this. I hurt you. Because she's probably going to get hurt in some way, shape, or form. Chizuru is going to tell him, no, because I still made this choice. I still chose to do this, knowing full well it might not have been the right choice. Knowing full well what it could have meant for us to be separated like this. I made a bad choice. I can do bad things, okay? I think that's what's going to happen, in my opinion. So when Kazuya says this and his eyes are closed, he's literally blind to Sumi. It's about that time. I'll walk you to the station. Man, I almost feel like this could work now, if only. He still doesn't believe it. It's almost like Sumi didn't actually do anything. The if only gives you everything you need to know about this entire sequence. Kazuya still doesn't believe it's going to work out. As a direct mirror to his own family. Remember, what was going on in Hawaiians, Kazuya's family literally don't believe he can actually be with Chizuru. They always have that last line of just I don't believe it. If only. This isn't real. Kazuya is doing the exact same thing as his family. Deep down, He doesn't believe this isn't going to work out. He says, I almost feel like this could work out, if only. He doesn't actually believe it. It makes you wonder, if Sumi had tried, what could have happened? Hey, it's almost like if you actually take responsibility over your own choices and make a fucking choice, something could change. So when Sumi writes this, right, she's sad about her own feelings, except you could make a choice. Kazuya turned to look at you. You could have said something here, right? So this is almost Reiji right here, presenting Sumi an opportunity. Okay, you said you don't want to be Cupid. Here's an opportunity. Shoot, no one's stopping you. There's not a single thing stopping you. Oh, Chizuru said this person who encouraged me. Oh, so you don't want to betray Chizuru's feelings. That's your justification. Sumi's justification here is that there's one person who encouraged me, right? She thinks Kazuya is Chizuru's only person. Therefore, she can't take that away from her. It's a nice sentiment, but it's a fucking lie. Because if Chizuru knew, she'd be like, I want you to tell him your feelings. I don't want you to run. I want you to tell him your feelings. I want you to put yourself first. What did Kazuya fucking say to her? Who remembers that particular fucking scene? Because I swear to God, Chizuru is going to fucking say this. I swear to God, Chizuru is going to say this. She could die and never forgive you. That's fine. What? I'm fine with that because all I want is for you to put yourself and your feelings first. Chizuru's gonna fucking say this. I'm calling it right the fuck. Chizuru's gonna fucking say this shit. Chizuru's gonna fucking say this shit. She might say it to Sumi. She might say it to Kazuya. I could see it being for both of these characters. Ayo, put your fucking feelings first. Isn't this literally what no one is doing here? No one is putting their feelings really first, right? They're either deluding themselves or living in lies. They're not really putting their feelings first. Sumi is not doing that. I could see Chizuru being like, I don't give a shit. Put your feelings fucking first. Be actually honest. It'd be cool if Kazuya ends up saying it for Sumi or something, but I feel like Chizuru is the one who's going to say these lines now. And Chizuru is literally going to do exactly what Sayuri did. She's going to forgive people. I'm not going to judge you. I'm not going to view you for the worst of it you are. Yeah, so I'm waiting for that role to be reversed. I'm waiting for those roles to flip and be like, ayo, no, Chizuru is the one who's actually going to do this now. So I'll keep going for maybe 30 more minutes. What would you guys like me to do? We could remute. I could see what Mute wrote. Let me pull that up. Okay. Oh wait, this is for 420. What the fuck? Did they write for 421? Whoa, what the fuck? Oh, I think Mute said something was going on. He's not going to get to post. Oh, so Mute doesn't have a post. Whoops. Yeah, so there's no post from Mute. He said something was going on. I remember now. I like totally forgot about that. Serious discussion for chapter 421. No Mute today. Oh well. Let's go to Varicus first. Just kind of feeling it. We'll read JoJo Maniacal after. JoJo has some interesting stuff. Oh, wait. There's one thing I did want to check out before we start. Potato Bubble wanted me to react to an animation they made. Potato Bubble made an animation they want me to react to. So let me... Okay, so yeah, they made this animation. Let me check it out. Okay. I hope this music isn't oh wait, the music should not be. You guys probably shouldn't. Yeah, you can't hear the music. Okay. Oh, thank God I muted it. there's this music sounds like it's copyrighted. Why does Kazuya look so mad there? Oh, thank God I muted this. Oh my God. Oh my God, Kazuya, please. That looks like it's straight out of the anime. Ah, the smug. Wait, why did he make Kazuya look so cool? He's making Kazuya look so cool. Oh, there we go. Yeah, thank God this is muted. This would have been flagged so fast. You suck, Kibe! You were a terrible fucking friend! Okay, wow, okay, okay, that's overkill. I hope they don't do it like that in the end. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I didn't like the bouncy jigglies, but this is okay. Ooh! He put a lot of effort onto the kiss there. Oh, damn it, the boobs again. What was that? She didn't do that. She didn't. Wait, is that Wait, that I forgot. What is it? What does it mean when you do that behind your back? Or is that you wishing that it would work out? It was cute. It was cute. It was cute. I don't know if you're gonna see this eventually, Bubble. But it was cute. I liked it. Yeah, I think you did a good job. It means you're faking. Okay, wait. Crossing fingers behind your back. Back meaning. Let's look it up in Wikipedia just to be sure. Crossed fingers. To cross one's fingers at a hand gesture commonly used to wish for luck or bud one's Godspeed. The gesture was appropriated by children when telling a white lie. By extension, a similar belief that as crossing fingers invalidates a promise being made. Well, either way, Chizuru didn't do that. I don't know why they thought that was a good idea. Maybe that's how they interpret it, that Chizuru was telling a lie. But Chizuru really wasn't breaking many promises, so I don't know what that was about. Interesting liberties. Okay. Because I thought it was like telling a lie, but then crossing your fingers could also be interpreted as you wishing for good luck. I don't know. I don't know why they added that in. Anyways, well, technically, Chizuru did lie that they're in a relationship, right? Technically, she also didn't. The whole point was that it wasn't clear. She was telling a lie, but she was not. It was coming from an honest place. It was about the idea how lies can save people. So I just don't. That just doesn't feel in character. That's why that's weird for me. That feels a little too childish for Chizuru's character. Crossing your fingers usually means you're lying. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that just doesn't feel like it's very much in Chizuru's character. That's all. Like, Chizuru does not look at lies like this. If anything, she feels a heavy burden for lying there. Like, to her, that entire sequence meant a fucking lot to her, you know? So I just don't think crossing your fingers really works there. It makes it sound like she's not being genuine, like, in a bad way. Whereas the lie she's telling, like, she did it to protect them, and it was necessary. Whereas now the story is about, like, coming to terms with that lie and actually, like, telling the person that you lie. Basically, what Reiji's, I think, trying to rewrite is, like, he's essentially recreating Hawaiians in reverse, because what they did is stall the issue so that people could come to terms with the fact that they all did something wrong. And that Kazuya's family, in many ways, made it so that these characters couldn't open up to them. That Kazuya and Chizuru couldn't open up to them. I think the resolution's going to be Kazuya and Chizuru telling them the truth. That, like, yes, we did lie that we weren't really a couple then, but I think if Chizuru can find her answer that I loved him this whole time, then I wasn't really lying when I introduced him, and then she could tell her about Sayuri and, like, how Sayuri didn't care. I tried to tell Sayuri, she didn't care. So you see how, like, I think Reiji is setting up for the characters to tell everyone the truth. And that the lies are eating away at them. So I just that's just the only thing. I thought the animation was fine. The booby jiggles and the ass jiggles were kind of goofy. Well, I don't give a shit what you think, Wiz. Your takes are garbage. There. Not so fun now, is it? Not so fun now, is it? It was Sumi who said that Kazuya was cooler than any other person. Let's analyze this chapter. Sumi gets worked up because Kazuya is putting himself down. He claims that only good-looking and cool people pull off those lines. But what makes Sumi take action is that he thinks nobody would be happy to hear those lines from someone like him, which is really ironic because what did Sumi tell him? Sumi said that if it were me and you tried to cheer me up, I'd be happy. It's literally echoing her last sentiment, which Sumi definitely can definitely say isn't true. She tells him that she's got a nosebleed because she was happy. And while she is at it, she also tells him that he is cooler than everyone and that he is the best to her. Sumi doesn't write that. She basically screams it at him, which is very unlike her. Kazuya is making her go out of her way. This is an almost Ruka-level public show of affection. Chizuru would be envious. She told Minnie in chapter 235 that she envied Ruka for being so passionate and for being able to shout out her love out to the world. Sumi, of all people, did that here. This is not her rental service. This is what Kazuya makes her feel. But to Kazuya, who hasn't seen Sumi since Chizuru's birthday, and who last rented her half a year ago, to help him with a cheer update, chapter 153, it looks like Sumi was just gotten away better at her job. He thinks her words are lip service. He doesn't consider that Sumi might actually feel that way for him. So isn't that really fucking ironic? Kazuya says, I need to consider this from a woman's perspective, as he literally ignores the woman's perspective in front of him. He's so funny. Kazuya is such a fucking goofball. I gotta think about this from a woman's perspective. Literally ignores Sumi's. Straight up. The fucking irony writes itself, man. But Kazuya hasn't seen Sumi since chapter 1. Let's see. For Kazuya, Sumi's feelings are indistinguishable from a rental girlfriend's act because in her case, she actually fell in love with a client and her pretend feelings just became real. For Chizuru, the same thing didn't happen. She said she never fell in love with a client, and that also didn't happen with Kazuya. Her pretend feelings never became real. She developed completely different, more nuanced, more personal, and less passionate feelings of affection for him. Oh no, they're pretty fucking passionate. It's just not how she imagined it would be. Chizuru literally just can't see her love because everyone else invalidates it, so she can't tell that it's actually just as passionate. It's not even just a single feeling, it's a combination of everything that connects her to him. The fact that he was there for her when she was at her lowest, that he comforted her, that he encouraged her, that he listened to her, and that he saved her. Everything she feels is directly connected to a very personal impression of him. It has nothing to do with arbitrarily feeling like he was cooler than anyone else. Yes, exactly. When Chizuru says that he is cool, chapter 361, she is thinking of the movie. It is an objective as well as a very personal reason to think that. Sumi doesn't really have that. Her feelings are very superficial. She has barely any deeper connection to Kazuya. I think it is worth mentioning, though, that Kazuya kind of expects Chizuru to feel like Sumi. He wants to practice cool lines to possibly make Chizuru say the things Sumi said here, that he's cooler than anyone else. The Chizuru doesn't act that Chizuru doesn't act how Kazuya would expect her to act if she was in love also contributes heavily to him not noticing how much Chizuru already loves him. He expects love to express itself differently. In fact, isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? He expects love to express itself differently, and Chizuru tries to express her love differently because Kazuya thinks this way. How fitting. I don't know who is Chizuru's biggest simp, if Johan or Varicus. Hmm, beats me. I'm more of a Chizuru defender. Like I do simp her a little bit, sure, but I'm more of a Chizuru defender. I'm gonna be real. Probably Kazuya. Yeah, he has us both beat. I'm gonna be real. He kind of has us both beat. Got nothing on that boy. I will say I'm probably like the biggest Chizuru defender besides Varicus. Like I would say him and I are like the biggest Chizuru defenders by far. Um, besides Kazuya, of course, the ultimate Chizuru defender. Um, yeah. Um, he expects love to express itself differently. In fact, he practices those cheesy lines because he thinks he probably didn't express his own love well enough. He feels so deeply for Chizuru, but he feels like he has to express the depth by bringing it all to the surface level. If that reduced, if just reduced to the basic facts, what is truly important to him boils down to what he said before, chapter 418. I want to protect her, be there for her, and spend time with her. Just on a surface level, that seems to hardly express what he feels because there's no measure for the strength of those feelings. He can clearly see that his feelings go way beyond the surface, but all he can show is the surface. Therefore, all Chizuru measures her love by is the surface. For Chizuru, she is looking at her feelings from the surface, and they look quite plain to her. I've done this before, but I think it's still a very nice comparison. Chizuru's love is like a tree. Right now, it is small. The manga itself compared to the seedling, but its roots go deep already. It will grow to be a majestic and beautiful tree, like the love she saw from her grandparents. So I kind of disagree with this read. In particular, I think Chizuru's tree is already fully grown. If we're using this analogy, I think Chizuru's tree is already fully grown, but she's literally surrounded by a bunch of trees and can't tell hers apart. That's kind of literally it. The meaning of crossing fingers tends to depend on context. If you're openly displaying them, it's more for good luck, for hoping something good happens. If you hide it, then it means you're lying. Yeah, we already went over this. But yeah, that was the only thing that I just felt like wasn't really in Chizuru's character. Like that's not really her thing. She doesn't do that. It just felt more like an interpretation of Chizuru's character. Anyways, She thinks wait, so where were we? Kazuya seems to have the way with flowers, but Chizuru doesn't seem to be able to get them to bloom. All she has is that small sapling that doesn't look like anything yet. Chizuru is not aware how the love she admired for her grandparents looked when it was in the early stages because she never saw that. She thinks every love has to start with flowers, but so does Kazuya. He doesn't realize that what he needs to focus on are not the flowers, but the saplings that currently barely rises above the flower blooms. The flowers are just as beautiful. It's easy to focus on your attention on them. The tree takes a long time to grow. I guess I can kind of agree with that. For Chizuru, it's more so like her love is already there. She literally just can't see it. I think that's kind of the issue. And what Kazuya needs to do is just help her see it. What Kazuya needs to work on is his own flower. He is the flower, not Chizuru. That's what he doesn't realize. He is the flower he needs to work on. He is the thing that needs to bloom. He's so focused on growing the flower, he's not taking care of himself, not realizing if he dies, the flower dies too. So I would say the analysis maybe works better for Kazuya, whereas Chizuru is already in love. She just needs to see it. She literally just can't. She's not being allowed to. That Sumi told him he was cool when what he said felt rather cringy to him makes Kazuya wonder if girls might have a different perspective regarding these things. In that case, he must not judge by his own standards, and there's no need to be so self-conscious. This could be a very important insight if he actually realized its full significance. Kazuya is not aware how different Chizuru's perspective actually is from this. But right now, he just applies this to his future plans, which helps give him more confidence. What he fails to consider is that Chizuru already got a completely different impression of him than the one he has of himself. He doesn't see his words and actions might have given Chizuru a wrong impression of him. And similarly, he also doesn't consider that he might have misunderstood her words and actions when he just assumed things based on his own perspective. Yeah, that's the other part of it. Like that's literally part of the irony I was just discussing. So I was literally pointing out how right here he talks about how he needs to consider a woman's perspective as he literally doesn't consider Sumi's perspective and doesn't realize he never considered Chizuru's perspective at all. He just thinks I have to start considering this, which in of itself is a good thing, but it shows his lack of foresight, right? He says when it comes to Mizuhara, this is no time to be scared, as he literally doesn't face Chizuru. In that same way, look at these two panels. Look at this panel right here of Sumi, and look at this panel right here of Kazuya. Neither of them actually look at the other person. Sumi, when she says her feelings, her eyes are closed. And then when she says, to me, you're the best, she doesn't actually look at him. She looks at his feet. Here, Kazuya says when it comes to Mizuhara, there's no time to be scared, as he doesn't look at her and is actually fucking scared. He literally doesn't see what he's doing, just as she doesn't see what she's doing. Kazuya thanks Sumi for her encouragement. He says that he might call her Cupid if this works. Sumi writes that she might not want to be Cupid, but she thinks if Chizuru doesn't actually show that to Kazuya, she once again disregards her own feelings in favor of Kazuya's and Chizuru's. What next? The teaser for next time is masterpiece. The word means work of great effort. This could refer to Kazuya thinking his date with Chizuru on July 11th to be his masterpiece. He wants to put his greatest effort into this date. And that could maybe be contrasted with Chizuru's masterpiece that she's working on. Her magnum opus. I think magnum opus is more of a fitting title. I have the feelings that this date with Sumi is over. It would be quite fitting because nothing is resolved yet, just as with all the other girls. Sumi didn't clarify her feelings but since she didn't, Kazuya didn't reject her. That means that Sumi won't move on. She will harbor these feelings moving forward, and they will get in the way until she eventually confronts them. What Sumi's supposed to do is to end her rental relationship with Kazuya. She can't, or rather shouldn't, be his rental girlfriend anymore. If the rental girlfriend has feelings, she might either meet the client with ulterior motives, or like Sumi, she might get hurt. She might get hurt herself by doing her job. Kazuya could not see that what Sumi said wasn't coming from her rental girlfriend, but from Sumi herself. Yeah, so he's actually literally already impacting Sumi's job, and he doesn't realize it because she's literally failing her job because she has feelings for him. She's literally already failing her job. I don't really see Sumi telling him today that she can't be his rental girlfriend anymore because her feelings are real. I don't think we'll all work on resolutions right now. I don't think we will work on resolutions right now. We are still just stacking problems that Kazuya either tries to ignore or is blissfully unaware of until it's so big it'll just crumble. I think this misunderstands Chizuru's current and past affections for Kazuya. We can very clearly see from multiple instances just how physically moved she is by Kazuya all the way back in chapter 16, where the heart monitor is thumping rapidly in the aimless is chapter 392, visibly, blah, blah, blah. She's totally feeling things and knows it. She is in denial that these feelings could be love, is actively filling in weak justifications to make sense of it. She cloaked herself in plausible deniability, but is no, it's not. So now I think you're both misunderstanding it. Personally, I think you're both misunderstanding it. Chizuru literally cannot see it. You think she's in denial because all the evidence is there that she's in love, and she can't fucking see it. But that's the thing. You're ignoring the fact that she can't fucking see it. Everyone else keeps telling her she's in love. They just look at her and they can just clock it. And she's literally wondering, what the fuck are you seeing? What the fuck are you seeing? I don't get it. Because she's literally never been in love. And everyone invalidates Chizuru's love. All Kazuya needs from Chizuru is for her to be around. That's not what Chizuru wants to do. Chizuru wants to actually give him something. So when everyone says all you need to do is just be with him, she thinks, okay, I'm not giving him anything. Therefore, what I'm experiencing must not be love. She literally can't see it. She's not denying. She's not in deniability. It just looks like it. Like I explained before, it's literally this thing that loops all the way back around to looking like something. Chizuru is trying so hard that it loops back around to looking like learned helplessness. Kazuya is putting in so much effort that it all disguises the fact that what he's experiencing is learned helplessness. It just loops back around to look like one way. Kazuya is experiencing learned helplessness, but he looks like he's trying so much that he looks like he's actually trying. And it's not learned helplessness. Chizuru is the opposite. She's trying so hard, but it's so obvious she's already in love. She doesn't need to do all of this shit. So you think to yourself, she's just in denial. It must all just be learned helplessness. She's just running the fuck away. That's what this is. It's not. It's literally the opposite. Kazuya is the one who has plausible deniability constantly, right? Kazuya is the one who's constantly cloaking himself with plausible deniability. I didn't do this. It's not my fault. I'm helpless. I can't fucking do anything. Whereas Chizuru is trying so fucking hard with no fucking results or effort that it literally looks like she's just running the fuck away. That there's constant plausible deniability. Except you see that plausible deniability with every other character. Literally every other character except for her. Except for her. Because that's what she did before. That's what she did in Hawaiians. That's what she did in the 3-month time skip. That was plausible deniability. That was running the fuck away. If you say that about that point in Chizuru, absolutely. Now, to be fair, she was dealing with grief and trauma. Yes, those are real. Absolutely, but there comes a point where you start using those as excuses, and Chizuru recognized that. She's like, what I'm suffering through is very much fucking real, but I was using it as an excuse. I was using it as a justification to do what I'm doing. That's no fucking excuse. However, everyone denies Chizuru's struggle. Nobody sees what the fuck she's going through. So in that way, it's both, she's absolutely fucking struggling, and Chizuru absolutely did something shitty. Both are real. My problem whenever people discuss the 3-month time skip is specifically that everyone just always denies Chizuru's struggle. Everyone always just denies Chizuru's struggle in favor of the fact that she did something wrong. Just like how with Mommy, they always deny the fact that she's a fucking victim in favor of the fact that she's doing horrible things. But then they'll flip it over and be like, well, she's a victim. All her actions are fucking excused. No. It's both. You can recognize that something can be both and not just one or the other. Okay, let's read JoJo Maniacal stuff because people said it was peak, and I'm like, okay, challenge accepted. Oh, whoops. How did I turn them off? I'm going to play a trick on you. You can't be mad because I told you ahead of time. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. I can still absolutely be fucking mad, asshole. This is a chapter about kindness. How Kazuya shows kindness, how Chizuru shows kindness, and of course, how Sumi shows kindness. Motherfucker. Motherfucker, this is not about kindness, this is about niceness. This is about being nice. Niceness is bullshit. Kindness is legit. This is not kindness. I think I'm getting pretty tired of arguments about which kindness is greater or better or real or not real. I think kindness in all forms depicted here is real and wonderful. This is not kindness. This is niceness. And niceness can very much look like kindness. They just come in different flavors. Chizuru's kindness is sometimes the hardest to see because she's not very good at making it palatable, but kindness doesn't need to be palatable. But that's real kindness. That's real kindness. Kindness is not meant to be palatable, right? Not always, right? I think kindness is like kind of a balance between, like, you know, you being kind of nice to the person and respectful, but being pretty fucking honest with them. You know, like I might sugarcoat it a little bit. You know, I might try to do it in a way that might not hurt you too much, but I'm gonna be fucking straight with you. What you're doing is shit. And I will say this to people. I'm like this with people. You know, there's a way to tell someone the truth without being a dick about it. That's what kindness is. You tell someone the truth without being a dick about it. That's what Chizuru does. Chizuru is worrying the worrying kind of kind. She worries about your character, so she considers things from a grounded perspective and tries to give you advice or answers that are about making you a better person rather than something that will make you feel good. But that's the thing about kindness, is that kindness is you being honest to yourself but telling someone the truth. Niceness is closer to betrayal. Usually when someone is nice, they are very likely to betray you. And because niceness is about yourself. That is why I think he's reading it as betrayal, because I skipped a little bit. I think that's why he's reading it as betrayal, because when you're nice to someone, it is about you and no one else. In particular, here's a great example of how niceness can oftentimes lead to betrayal. A dude will act nice to a girl. He will listen. He will be understanding. He will be kind and respectful and all of these things. The moment she tells him, I don't want to have sex, instantly flips the lid. Nope, I'm not nice anymore. That's niceness. You're presenting the illusion that you're being kind. You're not kind. You're not actually being honest what you want. You're disguising your intent. And many people do this. Niceness is about an ulterior motive. A lot of the times, niceness is an ulterior motive. You're hiding something. You're maybe trying to protect yourself. Maybe you're saying certain things to do certain things. When in reality, you gotta tell them the fucking truth. That's what niceness is. You gotta tell the fucking truth. Stop pretending. And niceness can also apply to you. It is a self-betrayal. It is you not being honest with your feelings because you're not actually kind to yourself. Okay, let's see. She worries about your character, so she considers things she considers that you are about making you a better person rather than something that will make you feel good. Kazuya worries about your well-being. Are you feeling okay? Can I lift you up? Let me get you a cool rag for your face when you recover from the nosebleed. Oh my, you've been pushing yourself so hard. Are you okay? Sumi worries about the goodness you can't see in yourself. You think you're a horrible person? I think you're the best person I know. Any decision you make is the right one. You think you're not cool? You're actually the coolest person in the whole world to me. I guess she did actually say a very similar line with Chizuru, but I don't know if that would be considered like kindness. Because if you actually so kindness is if you actually believe that. I think Sumi is kind of like, ooh, I know exactly how to describe this. Sumi is stuck between niceness and kindness as a mirror to Kazuya being stuck between kindness and niceness too. It also mirrors how Kazuya is stuck between desire and love. It mirrors how Mami is stuck between reality and fiction. That's what this is. They're literally trapped between kindness and niceness. Okay. I got a new fucking angle. I got a new angle of way to look at this fucking chapter. I think I could fucking write something for this chapter now. Okay, now I got a vision. I see the light. I got that darkness in me. I can see the light. Okay, now I got a vision. Okay. That makes so much more sense now. They're literally trapped between kindness and niceness because they're not being fully honest with themselves. Yes, that is a form of kindness from Sumi, but because she's not being fully honest, it ends up being a betrayal because you're actually kind of also being nice. It's a mix of the two. You're both kind and nice, but you can't actually be both. I tricked you. This is actually a chapter about betrayal. I crossed oceans of time to find you is a line from Dracula, the Lord of Darkness and the Chief Bloodsucker. It's a twisted line full of longing. There's definitely a kind of love there, but it's in the context of the fact that Dracula intends to corrupt and capture the love of another person to achieve it. It speaks to a multi-generational Greek tragedy. Dracula was not allowed to love Elsabeta when she was alive due to her suicide under false information about his demise. Her death creates Dracula the vampire. He is cursed to be an unliving monument to her death. Considered as well as what Dracula draws to Mina is her soul, and not the skin deep resemblance. Mina's blood tells the story of her past life. So literally just like fucking Castlevania. This is the one movie quote that is in isolation from all the ones in the previous chapter. The previous chapter was all a collage of love between Kazuya and Chizuru. What would we separate this line from those lines? Is this where the story is heading? Seems quite ominous if that's the case. However, where are we headed is inaccurate because we're already halfway through the story of Dracula. See, I tricked you again. You thought we were in a romance, but we were actually in a horror story. I hope to fucking God he references chapter 364. I hope to fucking God he does. He better. You fucking better. Bro, you fucking better. You goddamn fucking better. But wait, who betrayed you again? But who betrayed who again? You said this was about betrayal and then talked about Dracula instead. I'm implying a literary device. I'm using a frame you're familiar with and then twisting it until you don't recognize the shape or form it once was. I'm lulling you into a stupor and then walking you into the thoughts I want you to have. That's what writer does. That's what Reiji has been doing this whole arc. I mean, yeah, I've literally said the same fucking thing. I've been saying this the entire fucking time, and now people are saying what I'm saying. Been saying this the whole fucking time. The whole goddamn time. I've been calling you all dipshits in my fucking chat every fucking day. Sorry, by the way, but I've been calling you all dipshits in chat the entire time. I've been literally saying, Reiji's been literally luring you into a false sense of security. You think you know where this is headed. You fucking don't. You absolutely fucking don't. It is all just being mixed up and jumbled up in a way that you can't fucking tell what's truth and what's not anymore. Literally what I was just describing earlier. Remember how I was just describing Kazuya is stuck between desire and love. Kazuya is also stuck between truth and lies. Kazuya is stuck between niceness and kindness. Because the characters are trapped in this amalgamation of feelings, they can't tell which is which anymore. You've literally lost sight of your love. You don't know what is what anymore. Nothing makes fucking sense anymore. And this perfectly aligns with the thing we were looking at earlier. Remember, what does Chizuru's fucking play say? Oh, you guys can't see it. Fuck. Yeah, there we go. What does Chizuru's fucking play say here? It's literally left intentionally vague. It's called The Good Man and the Bad Woman. I think it's Good Man and Bad Woman. Except it's written in hiragana, so you don't know what good actually means and what bad actually means. Right? Good, like literally the whole point is that the man could appear good but be a piece of shit. The woman could appear bad but be a good person. It's intentionally vague in the hiragana writing, so you can't tell what is what. Exactly like what is going on in the manga right now. You can't tell what the fuck's happening. All the answers are there. If you pay fucking attention, they're all there. But you will trick yourself. You will literally perceive things how you want to perceive them. You will fall into this trap. Yes, I've been saying this the whole fucking time. I've already been on this fucking ride. Reiji betrayed you, but he's also being kind to you. No. Okay. Reiji betrayed you, but he is kind of being kind because he's giving you all the answers. You just don't see it yet. You haven't discovered the full shape of his narrative. You are currently being molded into the kind of reader who will come out a better person. Though you may not like how it comes, though you may not like how it makes you feel or what it makes you confront to get there. There's always a toll on the road to enlightenment. Reiji didn't post a clean version of Volume 45. It's on his fan box. He posted it on Fanbox. He doesn't always post it. Just so you know, he doesn't always post it. Sometimes he'll eventually post it. But initially he releases it on Fanbox. That's always been his like how he's done it. He usually releases it on Fanbox and eventually he posts a clean version. So you'll get it eventually. Yeah, there's always a toll on the road to enlightenment. Absolutely. It's literally the thing I said. Remember when chapter 380 said, I said we are the villains of this story. Let's go to my fucking channel real quick. Congrats, you became the thing you claim to hate. You are all wrong. I've been saying this since chapter 380. When was this? 10 months ago. Nearly a year ago. I've been saying this shit for nearly a fucking year. Also, no more tricks. I'm going to attempt to build a shape of this arc thus far, why it's a horror story, why it's trying to make us all better people, and why this chapter is the reveal of the intention before the masterstroke. The villain is society. The villain is not necessarily society. It is our own perception and need for others to conform. That is the real villain. And just to point something out to you, Reiji actually made the entire date a horror story. The entire date is full of references to horror stuff. The opening page of the date, I mean Odaiba in particular, right? Odaiba, the girlfriend and love. The beginning of Odaiba is literally looks like a horror movie. Chizuru's house looks like a haunted house. During chapter 364, Chizuru is under a cup for Dracula. When Chizuru looks at the ring, Reiji straight up references The Ring, like the horror movie The Ring. Because Chizuru literally is carrying the ring with her. And it's meant to be a parallel to how that ring is a curse, just as Sadako was under a fucking curse. There's a part where Chizuru looks like a snake. Kazuya is constantly, throughout the day, terrified of Chizuru. And there's more. There's other references. For instance, when Kazuya was with Sumi, when Kazuya was with Minnie, when they were doing the scouting, Reiji did multiple different horror references. And, like, I'll show you a few. Like it's been a horror story. You just didn't know. It's literally been a horror story the whole fucking time. You literally just didn't know, right? But let me pull up one of the ones for Minnie that I remember. Here's another one. Oh, look. Hey, look, it's the unkillable stalker. Get it? Because Kazuya literally stalked Chizuru in the past. He's an unkillable stalker enemy. Minnie is a ghost. What do you see? Kazuya and Minnie go into the fucking haunted house. No, Kazuya mentions the haunted house multiple times. Because so much of this is about confronting your fear. This is literally, it's a horror story because, think of it like Resident Evil. Actually, this is the best fucking analogy I can think of. Think of it like Resident Evil. In particular, Resident Evil 1. Resident Evil 1 is a game that at first is fucking terrifying because you can't do anything. The first time you play Resident Evil 1, it is scary as shit because you feel powerless. You feel like you can't do anything. And as you progress and as you learn more, you start to get stronger and stronger and stronger. And suddenly the game isn't scary anymore. It's literal catharsis. It's literal catharsis through the fucking gameplay. And by the goddamn end of the game, you have a fucking rocket launcher and you are killing this motherfucker. You kill the last boss with a goddamn rocket launcher and you get 3 different POVs of it. When you shoot it, it's like pew, pew, pew. It's like that thing with the truck where, have you guys seen that meme with the truck where the truck is like driving and it's about to hit the thing and then it turns to another angle, it's about to hit the thing again, turns to a fucking third angle, it's about to hit the thing again. It's literally that. It's literally survival horror. It's literally kind of like survival horror where Resident Evil games are literally designed around the idea. And by the way, Reiji has played Resident Evil. Just to mention that, Reiji has played Resident Evil. He has. He's not a big fan of horror, but he likes Resident Evil games. He even mentioned it in the back of one of the volumes. He plays Resident Evil games. The thing that's interesting about Resident Evil games is that because the more you learn the game, the less scared that you are. When you replay the game, even though you have less things, because you know the map like the back of your head, you feel powerful on reruns. You feel incredibly strong on reruns. Suddenly, this thing that was so terrifying on your first run isn't scary anymore. And that's why Reiji is framing this like a horror story. Because it's about confronting your fear. The thing you're fucking terrified of. The thing Kazuya keeps running the fuck away from. The thing Sumi is running away from. The thing Ruka is running away from. The thing Mommy is running away from. Mommy's a coward. She runs away from the fact that she wants freedom and she's too afraid to get it because that would mean not being comfortable in her home anymore. She has to leave the home of comfort that is her family that is actually also abusive. Ruka has to be comfortable with the fact that her relationship with Kazuya is gonna fucking end. And that it's gonna happen. And she's gonna be okay if it fucking ends. That nothing's gonna go wrong. She will be fine. Right? She will find someone who fucking things will be okay. She's not gonna get broken or anything. In that same way, Sumi has to be okay with the fact that like she's gonna share her feelings and be rejected, and that is the way to actually let go. Sumi has to be okay with letting go of certain things. She wants certain things. She's not being honest about letting them go to actually have the things she really wants. And of course, Minnie, who is literally constantly hiding. Always 24/7 fucking hiding. Silent Hill 2 is more scary than Resident Evil. Well, yes, of course it is. But yeah, Resident Evil games aren't really like scary. The reason I specifically called back to Resident Evil 1 is because Resident Evil 1 is survival horror in the sense that you feel powerless. Silent Hill 2 is more psychological horror. Silent Hill isn't so much about making you feel like powerless as it is exploring a very particular idea. All Silent Hill games explore a very particular psychological form of horror. Whereas Resident Evil, it's literally more about empowerment. Resident Evil is more about games that make you feel powerless at first, and then they make you feel strong by the late game. Like, in the late game, you have so much fucking weapons, things don't feel as scary anymore. You don't feel powerless by the end of the fucking game. You know, like when you play Resident Evil... So, for instance, Resident Evil 7 is considered one of the scariest fucking Resident Evils ever fucking made. And honestly, after I kind of figured out how to play the game, it wasn't that scary anymore. I literally did not get scared of Resident Evil 7 anymore. It was kind of a breeze. Like, I literally learned how to gimmick the game. I learned how to run past the stalker enemies. Like, I learned where my openings were. Like, it's stuff like that where it's like, that's what Resident Evil is. Resident Evil is literally designed for speedrunning. In order to speed run the game, you have to overcome the fear that it provides you. So you stop being afraid of it. Resident Evil is designed around you overcoming fear. Silent Hill 2 is about exploring psychological fucked up horror. Like, every single aspect of Silent Hill is about an exploration of the characters themselves. Like, every single thing they interact with is exploring some mental aspect of these characters, right? So Silent Hill is absolutely fucking scarier. Like, 100%. I don't even disagree with you. That you're fucking right. Resident Evil is not designed to be scary. It's designed for you to overcome fear. Kazuya has always been oh wait, sorry. No more tricks. Build the shape of this arc, why it's a horror story, why it's trying to make us all better people, and why the shape of why this chapter is the reveal of the intention before the masterstroke. Kazuya has always been pointed directly at Chizuru. It's become his identity, just like the way in which Dracula's identity became a vampire in order to one day reach El Sabata. Dracula was always pointed directly at El Sabata, but Kazuya is Dracula. Maybe you can recall how reading chapter 385 or, on Felt, there was the kiss. Motherfucker, did you not reference it? Oh, he didn't reference it. Oh, yeah, suddenly the nosebleed has another context because of the Dracula reference. Sumi literally bleeds. Sumi literally bleeds. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, I already said that. I'm pretty sure I already said that when we first read the chapter. You know what? Don't listen to me. I'm an idiot. Let's see. Where were we? Maybe you can recall how reading chapters from 385 on felt. That was the kiss, and it was supposed to lead to them finally getting together, right? But everything kept feeling off. Everything was on edge. Why won't the leads just be normal around each other again? Why won't they just talk out their differences? There doesn't seem to be any obstacles to them anymore, right? It's the atmosphere of a horror story. There's always something dangerous looming in the background, waiting to ruin our lives. It's truly suffocating. You know what? Just because he said that, just cause he fucking said that, I'm gonna play to you one of the best fucking horror themes in horror gaming ever. We're gonna have this in the background as I read. Oh, no, not that version. No. Hey, Hero, you'll recognize this one. Hero, you're gonna recognize this one. We're gonna have this in the background. One of the best horror themes ever. Resident Evil 1 is so peak. Okay. Maybe you can recall how reading chapter... Okay, we already read this. It's the atmosphere of a horror story. There's always something dangerous looming in the background, waiting to ruin our lives. It's truly suffocating. Let's get back to this chapter before trying to tie it back into the arc thus far. In this chapter, Sumi confesses her love for Kazuya pretty much point blank. Kazuya completely misses it as that, but does gain something really valuable. The music is too loud. Oh, what? Really? How about now? The music better? I feel like it's good now. Goof. Shut up. Is it good now? Okay. I'll keep it around here. Alright. Let's try again. It is the atmosphere of a horror story. There's always something dangerous looming in the background, waiting to ruin our lives. It's truly suffocating. Let's get back to this chapter before trying to tie it back into the arc thus far. In this chapter, Sumi confesses her love for Kazuya, pretty much point blank. Kazuya completely misses it as that, but does gain something really valuable anyway. The confession starts out with a bit of honesty from Kazuya. He tells Sumi that he's grateful for the help, but thinks the lines are not cool because they come from him. Sumi reassures him, "You don't sound lame. Actually, it happened because I was happy, my nosebleed." Sumi pulls him into the open area and starts pointing at men in the crowd, and here there is that person line comes in. In this way, Sumi is deliberately separating everyone who isn't Kazuya as some other. These other people are distant from me, but you are not, and you are uniquely special to me. It serves as a contrast between her normative feelings for typical rental and Kazuya. Born from this confession is an irony. Kazuya is convinced to stop relentlessly putting himself down and to also consider the perspective of women rather than just his own. The irony being that he doesn't consider Sumi's perspective here. Vindication! I have crossed oceans of time to find you. This line happens about halfway through the movie, after Dracula has regained his youth and vigor from feasting on the vitality of others. We are also at about the halfway point in this arc. The Odaiba date was exactly 1 month ago, and there's a little under a month left until July 11th. Up until this point, we thought that Kazuya was having to face a gauntlet, but we were tricked. I fucking called it. I've been saying this. I've been saying this entire time. This isn't a fucking gauntlet. I never thought it was a gauntlet. I literally said it isn't a fucking gauntlet. Initially, I thought it was a gauntlet too. When I first read it, I'm like, oh, we're kind of going to go through the gauntlet. Kazuya's going to resolve this. I remember initially saying that. And then I sat down and thought about it. I'm like, wait, that sounds dumb. That doesn't sound right. This doesn't make sense. None of this makes sense. And then you delve into it and you're like, oh, it's not a gauntlet at all. It's something completely different. Let's see here. Sorry, I lost my place. Just as Kazuya cannot help. Sorry, I think okay, here. But we were tricked. Kazuya has been feasting on their vitality and creating a harem of vampires unwittingly. Yes! I've been saying this! You literally see this in the end of the chapter. You literally fucking see this. If it's not a gauntlet, then what is it? He is making them all follow him. They are his unwitting pawns, every single girl. Every single girl is an unwitting pawn. Look at this. How did this arc start? We started with Kazuya following Sumi, and then suddenly in the very end, she's following him. That's weird. Isn't that weird? Go back to Minnie. Minnie is literally just so admiring of him. She's always around. Always there. Doing his bidding. Doing everything for him. Minnie is obsessed. You have Mommy. Because Kazuya doesn't clear up anything with Mommy, never shuts her down properly, she thinks there's a chance. She keeps trying. Then you have Ruka. Ruka never gets any clarity on the truth of what's been going on with Chizuru. That not only is he in love with her, they've been dating. They've done a lot in this month. Ruka doesn't have a chance in fucking hell. And I think there's a thing I wrote that perfectly highlights this. I wrote this a while back. Let me see if I can pull it up. Right? It's about this small little lie that Kazuya tells Ruka about who came to his house first. That small little lie was a massive indicator of what the fuck has been going on right now. That every single person around Kazuya is nothing but a stupid pawn that in his game, and they don't even realize it. I don't think he even realizes he's doing this. But he literally is. So let me see if I can pull it up. No, it's literally what I said, and people called me crazy, right? People got so mad, they called me fucking insane for literally saying this. But no, it's something I've been saying the whole time. Kazuya has learned helplessness. He has conditioned himself. He is powerless. So that way, anything that he does is completely justified, no matter how morally corrupt it is. No matter how much he gets hurt, and no matter how morally corrupt his actions are, it is never, ever his fault. Okay. Okay. The small lie that Kazuya tells Ruka in chapter 402 about her being the first girl in his apartment feels really small and minor. You would never think this is a big deal, yet it hides a much, much bigger issue of foundational lies, making it a bigger deal than it appears. Ruka asks him, "You haven't gotten any other girl over, right?" Kazuya thinks of Minnie. He says, "No, you're the first. Obviously, I'm better off not telling her." Okay? To many, Minnie is just a friend, so this is not a big deal. Yet the first time Ruka saw Minnie at Kazuya's house, she already felt uncomfortable with her, as Minnie is Ruka's inverse, admiring Kazuya for his love for Chizuru, just as Ruka loves that part of him. They are flipped. Let's not forget, when Minnie came over to Kazuya's place, she got him drunk, had him carry her to a copy Chizuru, messed up his apartment, and then acted like it's totally normal. Contrasting Ruka, who we first see clean Kazuya's apartment. These two girls are literally kind of flips. Emulation and or experiencing things by proxy is key here. Ruka wants Kazuya's love for Chizuru for herself, so she directly asks him to date her instead because she is real and Chizuru isn't. In contrast, Minnie admires Kazuya's love, and rather than find her own, she lives through his. Ruka is the inverse. They are far more connected than they appear. When Ruka disappears from the story, the person who selfishly, actively wants to be with Kazuya, Minnie shows up, selfishly shipping Kazuya and Chizuru, trying to force them together, not realizing that she's dividing. Minnie then starts catching some feelings for Kazuya by lying to herself in her non-committal. As she gets the experiences Chizuru was supposed to have, being his rental to her rental. Kazuya, in contrast, starts seeing Minnie as a girl, something he forgot about and didn't process. To me, Kazuya and Minnie are the question of, can a guy and a girl be friends, and how that can be warped and become something significantly worse. But also its contrast. Can friends also accidentally catch feelings in sharing experiences maybe they shouldn't have, aka getting too invested in the other person? This perfectly mirrors Ruka. This is fundamental to Joypola's state, as much of the experiences with Chizuru is not a first time to Kazuya, while Chizuru, who went there 7 times, is experiencing it all anew with him. Pay attention, this is where it gets important. This also contrasts Ruka's actual first time and how it is built on a lie. Just like Chizuru. Chizuru throughout the date constantly asks Kazuya if the things that he is doing with her, he has done with Ruka. And this is because all of this is actually a first for her. She went to Joypolis before as a rental, but she is a total newbie to dating, ironically mirroring Ruka herself. In reality, nearly everything Kazuya said and did wasn't because he did it with Ruka, but rather because he did it with Minnie, who, wait for it, is just a friend, right? So it's stupid to be bothered by it, right? It's starting to click. The small lie in chapter 402 is a big deal. The source of Ruka's desires for sex because Kazuya was chasing Chizuru. The source of Ruka's desires for sex came because Kazuya was chasing Chizuru's keychain, aka he was chasing Chizuru. This first time is a lie even if neither of them had sex. And the point of the relationship is to share real experiences with each other, not to do it based on lies. This little lie roots itself back to Kazuya's experiencing things with Minnie first instead of Chizuru, the one he wanted to actually experience things with and chose not to. Yes, it was a choice, and because he experiences it with Minnie, she's now getting hooked on him. Like a drug. Then he false experiences something with Ruka, and now Ruka is hooked on him. Then he false experiences something with Minnie, or sorry, not with Minnie, with Mommy, and now she's hooked on him. And now yet again, he false experiences something with Sumi, and by the end of it, she too is following him, like the little servant that she is. This is not a gauntlet, it's a harem. He is making a harem. These girls are all falling for him and he's fucking manipulating them and he doesn't know he's doing this. What's that ominous music? It's from Resident Evil because it's supposed to be a horror story. We're going for the horror story vibes. See, even he thinks it's ominous. Sweet! A perfect mirror to Ruka, but let's see here. A perfect mirror to Ruka, but now on a much larger and more consequential scale. All of 402 is a lie of first times. This is now impacting Ruka too, as he experienced a lot of things with Minnie and even Chizuru first, and now it's looping all the way back around to a big experience like sex. Something that, if it happens, is cheating and even robs Chizuru and herself of first times with a true lover. Now, how is this all gonna stop? Kazuya's gonna realize he is the villain. He has to accept that he's the bad guy. That is here. I wrote another thing that perfectly highlights this. Okay, let's read this. A core part of the current arc with Kazuya and Sumi that I didn't notice before, while I have yet to write my analysis for chapter 419 regarding cycles and spirals, there's also a focus on the difference between being nice and being kind. Sumi wishes to repay kindness. After all, what does Sumi say? Right? What did she write on her little note? Repaying kindness. Okay, so bear with me here. I don't know if I read this one, so this might be a first for you guys. As a parallel to AI versus books, being nice is not being authentic, whereas being kind is. If you are kind, you will show compassion, but be honest with someone. If you are nice, you will not be honest with someone, because being nice is about ourselves, that we are a good person. Kazuya is being nice. He's not being kind. He wishes to be rewarded, to show that he is a good person, hence the beanie. Yet he is not honest with himself about his selfish tendencies. Sumi wishes to repay him for his kindness in the past, but he is not kind now. In that sense, is Sumi truly being kind? Or is she being nice? Does Sumi see Kazuya here at all? Did you notice how Sumi's eyes are closed when she hands him the gift? Or how she is in shadows regarding her feelings? How Kazuya makes an assumption regarding her having a brother? I believe that not only will Kazuya realize he is being nice and not kind, but so will Sumi. For she is the flip of Kazuya. She keeps her eyes closed when she looks at Kazuya, not seeing the full him, just as Kazuya chooses the shadows and does not see Sumi or her feelings clearly. This mirrors how Kazuya treats Chizuru. He is not being kind to her, he is being nice to her. He is not authentically telling her that how she is acting is hurting him, or that he is, or how he actually feels, just as he doesn't tell Ruka, Mommy, or even his family. He has lost his kindness for niceness, for he lies to himself. Chizuru is still struggling with this, but in reverse. She is too kind for her own good with Kazuya and Minnie, blaming herself for everything and not realizing what Kazuya is doing, that he's using her. This makes it look like that what she's doing is being nice when she is trying to do the same as Sumi, repay kindness. This arc is making Kazuya and Sumi reflect on themselves, but in particular, it's setting up for that. I don't think it's actually making them reflect on themselves. It's like setting up for that reflection, but also each other, and thus seeing and understanding Chizuru's struggle more clearly. Why she is also trying to repay kindness. So this is more so for us as the readers. This is helping us see Chizuru and why she's so lost and trying to repay kindness that she can never, ever pay back. And how Kazuya, in being nice, takes advantage of Chizuru's kindness. Just as right now he is taking advantage of Sumi's kindness, whether he means to or not. We can become our own villains in trying so hard to be the hero. A fitting analogy, as Kazuya wishes to be a hero, is called a hero by many, yet the kids in chapter 293, when they go to the nursery arc, call him the Great Demon King. Now let's pay attention to this. You're a brave hero, and I'll be cheering you on from the front row. I'm bad at this, huh? Yeah, you're bad. Do you like Kendanyama a lot? Chizuru admits when she sucks at something. Kazuya doesn't. It's not that I like it. I want to defeat the great Demon King. Huh? The great Demon King. There he is. The great Demon King. Kazuya. I told you, Kazuya says, I told you to call me the hero. He wishes to be called a hero, but the kids call him the root of all evil. The setup was there from the fucking start. This is about confronting our own evils, accepting the horrors of who we are, accepting that we can do bad things, that we are not so kind as virtuous as we love to present ourselves, that niceness is a disguise for our ugliness, that we are deep down quite ugly, and when we are kind, we accept that we have ugliness in us, and we see others' ugliness but choose not to judge them for that, choose to help them see that ugliness. Chizuru thinks Kazuya is being authentic, that he is being his real self, that he is strong and honest, not showing shame for who he is, expressing true love. Remember, what is true love called? It's called I. This could not be further from the truth. In reality, he is looking at AI. Not I. It's not true. Isn't it fitting that I and AI look so fucking similar? Which one is Kazuya? True love, I, or an AI? Faking true love, pretending to be real, faking a perfect version of himself. He is lying and not showing his real pain, just as she once did in the past. Chizuru can see the signs of this, but believes it's all her fault. That she is the selfish one. That he is being selfless, because this is how I and Koi are. This is how I is characterized versus Koi. I is selfless. Koi is selfish. Let's read this real quick. I also encompasses a broader range of relationships: parental love, sibling love, or even love for living beings. When feeling I, one acts without hesitation, regardless of the other person's reaction. It's about the intention and the act of loving, aka I is unconditional love. Okay, now let's go to Koi. What is Koi? Okay, Koi, Chizuru in particular here makes that comparison. In Chizuru's birthday, Chizuru makes a comparison between I and Koi. Chizuru says she doesn't know what it means to love someone. If she wants to be with him, is that love? Koi. So Chizuru desires to be with Kazuya, but she compares that to rental. When she's doing rental, she wants to be with these people, right? So is that love? But if she can't dedicate everything she has to him, then is it not true love? The word choice is deliberate here. Koi is generally considered romantic love. On the other hand, is deeper love. Is what happens after Koi. Koi is a deep desire to be with someone to the point of heartache. It's a strong attraction with such emotional intensity that it often leads to inner conflict when trying to express those feelings directly. Fearing rejection. What Kazuya is experiencing is Koi, not I, but Chizuru doesn't notice that. She thinks what she's feeling is I, when Chizuru is the one who rejects him despite her suffering the most from the rejection. Chizuru is experiencing I, Kazuya is experiencing Koi. She thinks she's experiencing Koi. In reality, it's a mix of both. Love is a mix of Koi and I, not one or the other. It's nonsensical to think it's one or the other. It's both. But this is the illusion. Which one is real love, right? Just as Chizuru can't tell the difference between romantic love and deeper love, Kazuya can't tell the difference between AI and real love. Kazuya can't tell the difference between desire and love. Kazuya can't tell the difference between niceness and kindness. We're trapped by these things melding together so much you can't tell which is which. The fear of rejection can cause hesitation through Koi, making one anxious about confessing romantic feelings. In simple terms, Koi is romantic love that stems from attraction and desire. I is feelings of cherishing each other, valuing and caring about someone. Devotion, if you will. What does Kazuya say? I is often characterized by selflessness and the willingness to act for the other person's sake without expecting anything in return. But is that really love? Because with love, you have to be selfish. You have to put your feelings first. Because love is about your feelings. Niceness and kindness are written in the same word in Japanese, yashishi. Yes, but there might be a different way of saying it. For instance, if you spell it with kanji, it might be different. But that is kind of fitting, don't you think? Niceness and kindness are written in the same word, and yet niceness and kindness are not the same thing. Oddly fitting, wouldn't you say? I is often characterized by selflessness and the willingness to act for the other person's sake without expecting anything in return. Chizuru thinks that's what Kazuya is. He never expects anything in return. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Of course he wants something in return. Everyone does. There isn't a single person who doesn't want something in return. However, kindness is more akin to I, where you're doing it because you're true to who you are. You're true to your selfish side and your negative side. But in making this separation between the two, you demean love. Right? Because you think I and koi are two separate things that define love, you kind of demean love that is a mix of the two. In other words, an unwavering quality that allows one to express feelings unconditionally and be true to who they are no matter what others may say. Literally what Kazuya does, no? Or is that bullshit? The date arc is called The Girlfriend and Love. Koi. The arc Kazuya just went on with Sumi was called The Boyfriend and Love. Koi. And what is happening in that arc? Both Kazuya and Sumi look like they're being selfless. They're acting unconditionally. When it's a fucking lie. Both of them feel koi. Both of them are being selfish. Both Sumi and Kazuya are being selfish. Just as here, Chizuru is trying to reach I when she thinks she's koi, whereas Kazuya thinks he's koi, when Kazuya thinks he's I, when in his reality he's koi. He desires things. And remember the phrase Chizuru says, I love him, but not enough to date him. Chizuru views her love as simply koi, in other words, just a selfish desire. She knows she wants to be with him, but is that just purely out of desire? She's trying to reach I. That's what Chizuru's doing right now. She's trying to sacrifice everything, as she said before. Remember, what was Chizuru's line? If you really want something, you toss everything else aside and go for it. When Chizuru calls love I, when she looks at Grandma Sayuri, what did Sayuri do? She tossed everything else aside and she got with Katsuhito. If you really love something, you toss everything else aside and chase it. Chizuru is literally tossing everything else aside and chasing Kazuya. She's literally doing that. That's what we did. That's what we've been seeing. The contrast between I, a deep, selfless form of love, and AI, a superficial technology that merely reflects a mirror back at us, is so interesting. And I can't believe I never noticed it before. It gives a whole other meaning to Kazuya speaking to AI and hating it as he hates himself. I Hoshino. Sorry, I just started. I Hoshino. What is Ai's entire struggle in the story? Ai's entire struggle in Oshinoko is trying to find real love. So isn't it fitting that her first name is I, a deep form of love? As she feels a deep love for her audience and her fans, and then feels a deep love for the people around her. Every lie she tells an expression of her love, a child molded by the entertainment industry and can't tell the difference between real love and fake love. Yes, Ai's name is intentional. It is literally there on purpose. Chizuru does not see this in her own... So Kazuya looks at an AI, which reflects a mirror back at him, and he hates the AI. Just as he hates himself. Just as he hates his own love and feelings. Chizuru does not see this in her own self-hatred. She forgot how weak Kazuya is because he has appeared so strong. She tried, but he always acts okay. This is her mistake to realize, as Kazuya had to realize how weak Chizuru actually is, except that she is not an Iron Lady. A mistake Kazuya also once made, and Sumi helped him with. Chizuru goes to Minnie, who seemingly best understands Kazuya, right? Minnie seemingly best understands Kazuya out of everyone. That's why Chizuru goes to Minnie. Minnie, however, never explains Kazuya, but reinforces the villain role to Chizuru. Reiji is flipping our interpretation of who the actual villain is. You think it's Chizuru. It's Kazuya. He's the villain. Which Chizuru accepts to give Kazuya the selfless love she believes he is giving her. Chizuru accepts the villain role so he will become the hero. Just as in the Hawaiians arc, what happened? Kazuya accepted the villain role so Chizuru would not be the villain. Huh. Chizuru literally tells Minnie, for just a little longer, let me take advantage of his kindness. Chizuru straight up says this. Advantage of his kindness. Again, the word kindness. Authentic. Implying Chizuru is not being authentic while he is. Yet she is being honest about this, whereas Minnie isn't. Chizuru is being honest about her dishonesty. It's pretty blunt. She knows Minnie will tell Kazuya this. Who's actually being dishonest here? Who's actually being inauthentic? Is it Chizuru or is it Kazuya and Minnie? Is it Kazuya shaping Minnie into this inauthentic person? Is Kazuya ruining Minnie's character? While at the same time, is Minnie also choosing this for herself? Is Minnie choosing this role for herself too? As Minnie does not tell Chizuru about Ruka. Chizuru tells her everything, how she's a bad person, how she's doing these bad things, yet Minnie does not tell Chizuru about Ruka. Who is the dishonest person here? Again, who is the kind one here, and who is the one being nice? Is it Chizuru, who openly says that she is doing what she is doing? Is it Chizuru, who openly says what she is doing and being pretty upfront to Minnie, who she knows will tell Kazuya all of this? Or is it Kazuya, who doesn't tell Chizuru what he's doing or what he will, or who he is telling about the kiss? That's right. Kazuya blatantly tells Umei about the kiss and does not tell Chizuru. He thinks, oh, it's fine, it happened, it's real, so it should be fine. It's not a big deal that I share this. Is it? Who is forgetting who here? Is Chizuru forgetting Kazuya here despite constantly thinking about him? Or is Kazuya the one forgetting her despite being worried that she's forgetting about him? He never contacts her or knows what she's doing, but she always updates him through Minnie. Kazuya is always getting an update through Minnie. She doesn't speak to him, yes. Chizuru does not speak to him, yes, but she regularly talks to Minnie. And she tells Minnie everything, knowing Minnie will tell him. Who's the one being inauthentic? Is it Kazuya or is it Chizuru? Correction to the AI post. Chizuru can see the signs that Kazuya is pretending and not being himself. She shows as much in the date. She calls him out for lying multiple times, but feels terrible due to the reason that he gives. So she believes she made him lie, made him bad. She didn't. I saw that on social media, right? In fact, this might even be an insult to Mizuhara because I assumed she likes it just like any other girl. I'm not saying that I dislike it. Neither am I saying I dislike you trying so hard to look stuff up on social media or that, you know, want to treat me like a princess. But this date isn't just a date for you. It's not a rental date. It's for me too. What does Kazuya say? This is the only thing that I can do. She thinks she made him believe that the only thing he can do to look cool for Chizuru is to spend money. She thinks it's her fault. So how does Chizuru respond? Right after he does this, let me pull it up. Right after Kazuya does this, okay. Let's see here. Right after Kazuya does this, Chizuru says this. Not this. Not like and subscribe. I'm sorry. I fucked up. I'm sorry. Like and subscribe. She says, "Thank you for the meal." Now, in particular, I want you to know something in particular about this dialogue here. In Japanese, Chizuru uses a superior dialogue. In particular, she's placing him on a pedestal. She literally treats herself like the dialogue literally makes it framed like she is below him. And look at how she stands. She puts her arms together, she looks down, and she thanks him for the meal. Thank you for spending. She literally feels like it's her fucking fault. And that he's better than her. She made him a bad person, so she has to thank him. Okay? Chizuru keeps thinking it's her fault that Kazuya views himself negatively, that he feels the need to lie. Except she didn't make him lie. Yes, the investigation may have been a bad foundation, absolutely, but she's never been superficial enough to judge Kazuya like this. So why does he think this? What does Chizuru say? Hey, don't think so badly about yourself, okay? You make it sound like as if you can't do anything else. But you made a movie, remember? I didn't think it was possible. I never had a good opportunity showing Grandma the movie. I thought it was a long shot. It was extremely difficult, but you never gave up and saw it through till the end. I'd say something like that is pretty cool. This is pretty honest and not superficial, so why the fuck does he think she's going to be superficial? Kazuya forgot the real Chizuru. The one in his head Kazuya forgot the real Chizuru. The one in his head is the one he's constantly seeing, the one he doesn't trust, the one who hurt him, not realizing Mommy's influence in all of this, for he never faced the breakup with her and thus can never move on with Chizuru. Mommy is his ghost. So Chizuru views herself as a bad influence on Kazuya, taking advantage of his kindness and making him worse, when in reality, Kazuya is being nice while Chizuru is actually being kind. He's the one taking advantage of her, sacrificing as Chizuru continues to sacrifice over and over to protect him, arguably the highest form of love. Chizuru isn't making Kazuya worse. He's doing that to himself. He's making everyone around him worse. If anything, you're constantly shown in the date how Chizuru's influence actually helps Kazuya, from small things like losing a game to bigger stuff like giving him the strength to commit to his choices. As Chizuru shows when she beats him in the game, it's not about losing or winning, it's about sharing in the experience. You can always come back and try again, because you're doing it together. That's what a relationship is. Not win or lose, not doing it alone, but cooperating. Sorry if I made you angry. I win. I'm the winner. What do you mean? Mizuhara, she knew. I'm coming to Odaiba every weekend. You're so into this. They shared in the feeling it's not about who fucking won. That didn't matter. Chizuru is willing to accept not being a good person if it means the person she cares for is happy, whereas Kazuya once was, but no longer can do that. This is what the rejection is. Chizuru's kindness, thinking she is a bad person like her mom and trapping Kazuya in her confusion. She blatantly said this to Minnie. I don't want to trap him in a fucking relationship. In reality, not only is she not like her mom might not have been that bad of a person, for she gave her a name like Chizuru to make others happy. Chizuru needs to forgive herself just as she needs to forgive Mommy and her mom. Chizuru is the truly kind one. Reiji said so in Volume 5. Let's see here. The main hero, me, is an indecisive piece of trash, i.e. me. An example of how someone can be spoiled in every possible way, i.e. me, but seeing even trash, me, like that be supported, not abandoned. Isn't that wonderful? Really, with an oaf like me, you should just smile, say, "Oh right, ha ha ha," and leave. But look at Chizuru. She yells at you like, "You're wrong. You can't do this." If that's not natural kindness, then what is? Modern society has been diluted by social media and the internet, but here's hoping that Rent-A-Girlfriend can lend a hand and show you all the courage and the importance behind building real human relationships. Let's get back to our earlier read. You know, we put that off a little too long. Let's get back to that. Wait, that's the wrong one. Okay, this one. Okay. Let's see. Kazuya has been feasting on their vitality and creating a harem of vampires unwittingly. Each of them see Chizuru as the obstacle between them and their love for Kazuya. He enthralled them, and he doesn't even know it. So I'm kind of painting Kazuya to be the kind of villain here, but my actual goal is to make him out to be a monster. A true classic Victorian monster. These are monsters created by society. They are birthed forth from social ills. The path of destruction afterwards is merely the nature of the monster created. Dracula is cursed with an insatiable thirst for blood. He cannot help himself from consuming it, just like Kazuya cannot help but draw doomed heroines into his orbit from his charismatic love for Chizuru. Each of the girls in the gauntlet come to reevaluate Kazuya under the lens of seeing his love for Chizuru. It's like the vampire hypnotism, but they are trapped because the love, by definition, is created because of his devotion to Chizuru. To gain Kazuya's love would mean to destroy the very thing that drew them to begin with. I have crossed oceans of time to find you. This line is the first time Mina meets the newly rejuvenated Dracula. In the movie, Mina cannot help but be drawn to a kind of instinctual longing and remembrance of Dracula from her past life, which leads her to the brink of self-immolation. What if next time, Tour de Force, is the first time Kazuya and Chizuru meet again? Would this also create a sort of dark awakening in Chizuru that leads her near the very same point? I think that already happened. That was the kiss, bro. The dark awakening was the kiss, bro, because guess what? Everyone starts acting like Chizuru after that point, and she can't fucking control. She's literally trying to control herself, and her feelings are running wild for him. That was the kiss. It already happened. If this Dracula framing is true, then what does it mean for the fate of Kazuya and Chizuru? Well, Dracula does almost turn Mina. They share in blood, and the blood speaks of the past life to Dracula. I've been coy about it, but blood is clearly a stand-in for sexual desires. Well, Kazuya and Chizuru also come together in this way. Mina almost loses herself in the throes of this passion, and in order to save Mina, Dracula had to die. If Kazuya also has to die to save Chizuru, what shape will that take? It's literally Steins Gate. It's literally fucking Steins Gate. It's literally fucking Steins Gate. What did Okaba have to do? He had to fucking die to save her. But then, what does Okorosu do? She saves him from dying. It's literally about saving each other. Kazuya's gonna have to die to save Chizuru. In that sense, what is dying? He has to let her go. It's the thing I've been saying. And in letting her go, she can truly save him. It's the thing I've been saying for God knows how long. It is truly incredibly vast and undertaking that Reiji is trying to do here, because he's not just trying to make this story about their love, but also wants the part of selfish selves to die in the telling of it. He doesn't just want to move us to tears. He wants to rip us our heart out and make them anew. No, he doesn't want the selfish sides to die. He doesn't want the selfish selves to die. He wants us to accept our selfish selves. He is showing what happens when you don't come to terms with the fact that you feel selfish desires. When you deny it for so fucking long, it starts controlling you. That is the truth of life. You have to accept your dark desires. You have to accept your selfish half. If you don't, it will start controlling you. It will start deciding your actions for you. It will manipulate you. It will make you a monster. And in your need to conform into society's idea of what goodness is, you literally become the villain. This is literally about taking autonomy back. That has been the case the entire time. What is Dracula's thing? He literally cannot control himself. He has a thirst for blood he cannot control. Just as Kazuya has a thirst for Chizuru he cannot fucking control. Just as his thirst for Chizuru makes Sumi bleed. Literally. His thirst for Chizuru makes Sumi bleed. A blood that is for him. And he actually, in many ways, partakes in. Her desire for him explodes outwards. Kazuya literally, in many ways, took Sumi's blood. In many ways, is this not what Kazuya did in this chapter? Did Kazuya not technically pop Sumi's cherry? Did Kazuya not technically pop Sumi's cherry? The most red fucking thing that is synonymous with blood and sex. Did Kazuya not just do that? There's a sexual innuendo in there. Did he not fucking do that? She literally bled. Sumi is young, probably a fucking virgin. Jesus Christ. Oh, he technically drank virgin blood. Jesus Christ. He literally is a fucking monster. He's a goddamn vampire. Vampires literally like virgin blood. Jesus fucking Christ. He actually, oh my God. Holy shit, dude. Which is very fitting because the monsters in Resident Evil are literally a byproduct of society's cruel and evilness. So there you go. Well, I don't really agree with your Dracula-ness. I think you're looking way too much into... No, he's fucking right. He's fucking right. And this, right? This is very fitting because what is the point of this? Kazuya has literally trapped Chizuru in the illusion that she's doing something wrong. What happens in this chapter? Do you guys remember what happens in this chapter? Chizuru thinks that her feelings are stupid. That she's childish. Why? Because Kazuya doesn't share his honest feelings with her that are literally exactly like hers. And she literally opens up to him. This entire thing is literally a wall illusion, right? This is a perspective-based illusion where Chizuru looks like she's trapped. She's not actually trapped. You think Chizuru is trapped when you look at this. She's not trapped. She's pretending to be trapped. But in that same way, because you can't tell, you don't notice how trapped she actually is. What's actually trapping her, right? Chizuru is not trapped in this chapter. Kazuya is making her feel trapped. He is Dracula. He's literally making her feel like she's under the cup when there is no cup. It's an illusion. It's not fucking there. But he's literally making her feel like she's in the cup. Masterpiece is a tribute for the tremendous cooking Jojo Maniacal did there. I mean, I would argue he kind of brought together like almost everything I've been saying, so. But yes, he cooked. I'm not gonna take that away from him by saying I cooked it first, but I did. I'm sorry. See, I'm a dick sometimes, you know? But no, he absolutely cooked. No, complete credit to Jojo Maniacal. He did a great job. That was really good. But I've been saying very similar things too, you know? I just think he like presented it in such a fantastic way that it convinced even you guys, you know? I've got you guys under the fucking, he's got you guys like hook, line, and sinker, you know? But no, yeah, he absolutely cooked. People have varied interpretations. I'm aware of the reference to another vampire in the manga, and I think there's one that Chizuru is a vampire too. Yeah, there's one where Chizuru is a vampire, and that particular chapter, it's when Mommy tells Kazuya that oh, you should stop renting a girlfriend, and she's literally frames Chizuru as if she's stealing his money. She frames Chizuru as if she's a vampire, and Kazuya is the one in need of saving. That's literally, I believe that was what that chapter was. Mommy is literally framing Chizuru like she's a vampire stealing Kazuya's blood, when she's not. Chapter 3 really fits more into the idea that we think Chizuru is trapped, but all this is just an illusion based on what we see. I really don't think the line choice is random at all, and to understand why, you have to understand two things. One, Reiji is a huge movie buff, and two, all the lines from the last chapters were straight romances. Only this line from this chapter is from a horror movie. So if you consider someone as genre savvy as Reiji, I think it's pretty clear the choice was intentional. Now, how for you to take that interpretation, I think really varies. I tried to use it less as the direct parallel to the 1992 Dracula movie, and more to the movie as a frame to understand certain elements currently going on in the story. I think even if you're trying to force all of that Kanokari into the movie, you'll gloss over some really important things. But if you see the thematic similarities, you might come with a deeper appreciation for Kanokari instead. No, so I will say this right now, I 2000% agree with Jojo Maniacal. This is the read. This is the, Kazuya is the monster here. I literally made this exact analysis, like, when the Sumi arc started, right? Like, that was my exact analysis with the whole thing that I was just reading you guys. Right, right here. Like, this was my exact analysis. Kazuya is the monster. Remember when I was saying, like, 2 weeks ago or something, Kazuya has to recognize he's the wolf. Remember when we were comparing Sumi to what is it? We were comparing Sumi to Little Red Riding Hood, because the anime depicted her as Little Red Riding Hood. Kazuya is the wolf. Kazuya is the wolf in sheep's clothing. In fact, there's literally a comparison made from one of Chizuru's friends that could literally allude to this. It's not the exact same, but the idea behind it literally aligns with this idea of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Let me present it to you. Chizuru's friends literally say this. We girls call that the cotton ball phenomenon. Huh? You've heard about it, right? It's when a guy you've always thought of as a stuffed animal tries to make a move and you're taken aback like he suddenly grew a pair of balls. Now flip that over. You thought someone was a sheep. You thought someone was this, like, cute, adorable thing. It's harmless. It could never do anything. And then it acts different. And then you start to see fangs. And suddenly, it's not a sheep anymore. It's a wolf. Suddenly, it's a lot fucking scarier, isn't it? Even there, it was all fucking there. If Kazuya is turning the women around him into a harem, then would the harem turning on him make him realize he's the monster? No, I think it's possible. I mean, it's possible. In particular, all these women are pawns, right? So, like, remember, okay, when we first saw the Sumi thing, remember, what did I say about the Sumi thing when we first saw it? I literally said, Sumi is being played. Because she doesn't know Kazuya already confessed to Chizuru multiple fucking times. They kissed. They went on fucking dates. And on top of living with each other. Sumi doesn't know any of that. So how stupid does she look trying to help him get a fucking confession he's already made? How stupid does she fucking look? Minnie is the same way. Minnie is actually exactly the same way. You think she isn't. She absolutely is. She doesn't know all these super intimate moments Kazuya and Chizuru have had. She thinks the kiss is the first fucking thing. right? Besides Hawaiians. She thinks the kiss is like the first fucking thing. She doesn't know Chizuru opened up to him and cried in his fucking arms. She doesn't know Chizuru let him fall on top of her when they were in the shed. She doesn't know Chizuru defended him in front of mommy. She doesn't know how much she's advocated for Kazuya's love. She doesn't know how fucking serious Chizuru is about Kazuya, like how serious she's shown herself to be in front of Kazuya. Instead, Kazuya keeps giving Minnie the inclination that everything she's saying is correct. So how stupid would Minnie look if she finds out everything she's been told is fucking wrong? That there's so much more going on. How stupid would she fucking look? Ruka, same exact thing. I already explained Ruka to you guys. How stupid would mommy look? Right? Wouldn't mommy look pretty fucking stupid right at this point where she thinks, oh, she might still have a chance with Kazuya? There's no fucking chance in hell. Hell, she's his abuser. Oh, she thinks she can just fucking get with him? Mommy is literally the monster looking at the monster. And she doesn't realize it. She's literally looking at the monster she made. Because Kazuya is her dad to Kazuya's mommy. Right? Her dad shaped her into a monster, just as she shaped Kazuya into a monster. Mommy made him. Mommy made this monster. She turned him. So why the fuck does she think she can fucking be with him? She made him into the monster. She turned him into this. Mommy is the Frankenstein. Yeah, kind of. He's Dracula, she's Frankenstein. So, I could see Sumi, Ruka, and Minnie possibly turning on Kazuya in some way, shape, or form, which would be quite interesting as Chizuru defends him. I think that would be kind of fascinating. But in particular, I would hope Chizuru's defense is more personal and rather than public. I could see everything falling apart for Kazuya when, like, everyone around him turns on him. And, or maybe he sees the consequences of his actions. Maybe that. Maybe Kazuya sees how his actions or inaction hurt all these people. And he sees how he's a monster. So that could be it. That could be how Kazuya finds out. I think that's how Kazuya can truly see he's a monster. By seeing what he has done has truly hurt these people, and it was all his fault. And no one else's. Them turning on him, I don't think would ever really... But it could. It could. There are ways it could. But I think Kazuya would truly see if he sees how his actions hurt all of these people. That maybe they'll try to do something for him. And every single one is like, holy shit, they didn't need to do all of this. If I had just stopped this sooner, this wouldn't have happened. Something like that. That's a good catch. The most common negative stuff people say to Chizuru is that she sucks his money, live energy. When in reality, he is the vampire. He's the one giving her money. She doesn't want him to overspend. It's been there from the start. It's literally been there from the start. She's not the vampire. He is. He's taking her time and energy away. She literally keeps trying to give him. He keeps giving her money she doesn't want. She doesn't want the money. She doesn't want him to spend. I literally just showed it to you earlier with the fucking date. She did it. She wanted to split with him. She technically wanted to share blood with him. He kept spending. He didn't care. He didn't listen. She kept saying no. He kept spending. Kazuya is the real vampire. She's not taking his money. He won't stop spending it. Kazuya is literally like cutting himself and then bleeding, and Chizuru's trying to stop the bleeding, and he's like, no, this is what makes me look cool. As morbid as that sounds. He literally chooses to bleed. She's not cutting him. She's not trying to make him bleed. She's trying to stop the bleeding. He won't stop bleeding. He wants to keep bleeding forever and ever for her. And so it literally frames Chizuru like she's fucking Dracula. Like she's taking all of his blood. In reality, he is the villain. He is his own villain. Kazuya's journey is the hero slowly turning into the Demon King of Hibari Center. Exactly. No, it's literally what I said before. It's when you try to do something for so long, you become your own villain. Oh my god! Suddenly that aligns perfectly with the hero's journey I was talking about! Oh my god! We thought Kazuya was going on a hero's journey. I literally said Kazuya was undergoing a broken hero's journey. When in reality, he is the monster. He's not the hero. His journey merely looks like the hero's journey. He is the monster. Holy shit. Suddenly the hero's journey came full fucking circle. Suddenly my description of Kazuya undergoing the hero's journey came full fucking circle. He's not undergoing the hero's journey. He thinks he is. His hero's journey is broken. He is the monster. And once he realizes he's the monster, then he can truly become the hero. Only by accepting that you are the monster can you truly become the hero. No matter what hero's journey he undergoes, it won't matter until he accepts he is the monster. Suddenly the hero's journey takes a whole new fucking meaning. Oh, it's literally like fucking, oh my god, it's literally just like, what is it? Expedition 33. Because Mayel, I was watching a video on this, Mayel literally undergoes a broken hero's journey. She's going through a double hero's journey that loops into itself and is broken because she's actually the villain. She's literally her own villain. That is the point of Mayel's story. She's undergoing a broken hero's journey because secretly she's her own villain. And Verso, who's the hero, is actually a villain in his own right. Literally every character in Expedition 33 is their own villain. And or is a villain in some form. Right? Like what Verso's technically doing is correct, and yet it still amounts to genocide. And yet what Mayel looks like she's doing sounds like it's a good thing. She's protecting the canvas. In reality, she's fucking killing herself. And literally making everyone around her miserable. She's not a hero, she's a monster. You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Yeah, that's literally what it is. No, that's literally Kazuya, straight up. Somehow the hero's journey. Yeah, so that's where I got that. I saw you posted that, Ramon, and I'm just like, hero's journey. Oh. Somehow the hero's journey of Kazuya is turning like Anakin's journey to the hero slowly becoming the monster. We said the same thing at the end at the same time. That's so funny. Well, yeah, I guess that's more accurate comparison. Wondering how long Kazuya continues to be the villain until he realizes he is. He literally changed his hair to black. He literally changed his hair to black. He literally changed his hair to the color of the villain. Bruh. He changed his hair to look like stereotypical protagonists. He changed his hair to look like stereotypical rom-com hero protagonists. In reality, he literally changed his hair to represent his villain arc. How did we not clock this? How did we not clock this? Oh, give me a second. I gotta turn on the fucking lights. Oh my god. So now you go back and you see the sequence with Ruka. You go back and you see that sequence with Ruka where Ruka literally fucking sexually assaulted him, and you wonder to yourself, who's the villain? You look at this scene, the entire sequence with Ruka, literally. Oh, we switched to Ada's theme. We switched to Ada's theme. I like using Ada's theme for Mami, because Mami is kind of literally like Ada. She thinks she doesn't feel anything, when she is feeling stuff. Anyways, so no. For Ruka, what I was trying to say is that Ruka's entire sequence, where she literally sexually assaults Kazuya, she fucking rapes him. It's a direct parallel to what Hawaiian's arc introduces. What do I mean? You see Ruka as a villain now. That's all she is. She's just a monster now. She did something that's horrible, irreparable. She could never recover from this. Her character is ruined, right? Except Kazuya let this happen. Yes, Ruka did something horrible. Absolutely. Kazuya let this happen. He chose not to take action with Ruka. He let Ruka into his home. We have a pattern in the past of Ruka literally constantly trying to physically initiate things with him. Why the fuck did he let her into his home on his goddamn birthday with no one else there? What the fuck did he think was gonna happen? What in the actual fuck did he think was gonna happen? He let this happen. So is Ruka truly the monster? This is what Reiji's asking. Is Ruka truly the monster? Because she couldn't control herself anymore. And Kazuya let her in. At the same time, victim blaming, but also not victim blaming. Exactly. Kazuya is a victim who uses the fact that he's a victim as a justification for his actions. He became mommy. No, it's literally a middle ground. It's that complicated. It is. Ruka absolutely raped him. 100%. At the same time, in some ways, he let her. Because he had a pattern of her doing this in the fucking past twice, if not 3 fucking times. And he still thought, I'm gonna let her into my home because I can't do anything about this. Think about that. The music's a little loud. Let me lower it. He literally did this to himself. Who is the real victim here? Who is the monster? Ruka is the monster Kazuya has created. He had every chance to stop, instead he chose to feed her. Exactly. She is a monster of his own making. He could have ended this. Instead, he let her become the monster. He turned this honest, innocent kid into a fucking monster because he wouldn't reject her. He kept waiting and waiting and waiting until she couldn't control it anymore, and she became a beast that had no control over herself. Ruka is literally a vampire. She can't control her lust. She feels a deep, deep desire to feed, and she can't control it. He made her into a monster. He turned this innocent kid into a monster. And he doesn't realize that. He doesn't realize he fucking did this to her. He thinks it's all her fault. She did this. It's not just her fault. There's a simple truth that a child can do something horrendous and not know what they did. There is a simple, sad truth that a child can do something genuinely horrible and not know what the fuck they just did. Ruka doesn't know. Ruka never knew she crossed a line because Kazuya never set boundaries. She thinks what she's doing is okay because Kazuya never told her, you hurt me. So she keeps going and doing more and more and more until it's so fucking destructive that you think she's a monster. She's not a monster. She's just a stupid, silly child. She's a kid. She doesn't know better. That doesn't excuse her actions. She eventually has to take accountability for her actions. But she absolutely is a monster that he created because she doesn't know what she did wrong, and he's not telling her what she did wrong. What does Kazuya say? Do you guys remember what Kazuya says? Kazuya says it was an accident. That wasn't an accident. There's a pattern of this. This was not an accident. Why did he label it as an accident? In labeling it as an accident, he has absolved her of any guilt or crime that she has committed. Therefore, she can never learn. She can never understand that what she did was bad. Look at how she sits. She is a kid. She doesn't know what she fucking did. She feels like she did something wrong, but she can't tell. Right? She literally feels like she did something wrong. She can't fucking tell. But because Kazuya chose to do nothing and called it an accident, what happened? Ruka thinks, no, this wasn't an accident. This was intentional. I did this on purpose. Because Kazuya denies her feelings, she doubles down on them. She digs harder and deeper. So what happens? It becomes worse. And what do you see in the next chapter when we go to the next chapter with Ruka? Look at what's happening to Ruka. Look at this out of context. Right? Look at this out of context. Ruka looks tired. Ruka looks burned out. She literally looks like she's physically hurt. In Japanese, she says, I'm at my limit. She can't contain this anymore. He's pushed her to the fucking limit. She can't fucking handle this anymore. She's literally falling apart. Her body is falling apart because she's pushing harder and harder to reach what she thinks is love. In part, this is a bit of her own mistake. In another, it is absolutely Kazuya's mistake too. He is the adult in the relationship. Why is the kid in control? He is the adult. And Reiji intentionally uses that framing when Ruka is sexually assaults him. It tells you who is actually in control here. The little girl or the adult? You think, okay, well, because she's a little girl, like the guy is weak. How could the guy not do anything? In that moment, Kazuya was powerless. But he let himself be powerless. He let himself be Ruka's victim. He's seen in the past that he can't control his sexual desires, and yet he let Ruka into his home knowing full well Ruka regularly abuses his sexual desires. So Reiji is saying like two things at once, and it's so layered and complicated that I think people don't know how to process it, because if you go online, everyone just blames Ruka. Everyone just blames Ruka. In reality, I've said this from the fucking start. Like, when we got into this, Kazuya is responsible for Ruka. He did this. Holy shit. Oh, I love this theme. So this is from, I'm gonna turn this off, actually, because we're definitely gonna get fucking flagged. But I love this theme from Final Fantasy XIV. The Square Enix music tends to get flagged super hard, so we're just gonna turn off the music for now. Yeah, so I'm just not gonna bother with Square music. It's gonna get fucking flagged. But yeah, no, literally, when you see it right here, Ruka saw Kazuya and thought he looked cute. She can't tell. She saw Kazuya literally, like, mentally shutting down, and she couldn't tell. She thought he looked cute. Not that he was literally in pain. She can't tell what the fuck she's doing. I've said this from the start. It is absolutely Kazuya's fucking responsibility. He knew better. And there's a video from, there's another video from Dr. K. I've been using Dr. K as a lot these days, but I found another one that I think really nails this down. So let me pull it up. He was literally talking about learned helplessness. So let me find it. There it is.
So there's tons of...
Okay. Let's watch this really quick. Let me move you guys over here so I can see you. Okay. So listen to Dr. K here. We're going to turn up the volume so you can hear him. The video is called Why You Let Yourself Get Abused.
So there's tons of research that shows that if you were abused as a child, you're more likely to be abused in your romantic relationships as an adult. And this is literally why. I work with people who are pretty hopeless. They believe themselves to be powerless. Oh, there's nothing I can do. Powerlessness is sort of the ultimate copium. Because if you're powerless, then there's nothing you can do. If there's nothing you can do, you're not responsible. If you're not responsible, you can't make a mistake. You couldn't make a mistake. Even scarier than that, you're off the hook for doing something differently today to alter your life. And I'm not saying that our environment doesn't deal us a bad hand of cards. I've worked with plenty of people who were absolutely a victim of their circumstances. So if I have a 9-year-old child who's been sexually abused and I am conducting psychotherapy with them at the age of 28, it is absolutely true that there is nothing you can do at the age of 9. You were powerless in that moment. This is the hardest thing I have ever had to deal with as a therapist. Helping someone sit with the reality that, oh my God, even though I was powerless at the age of 9, I've not been powerless since the age of 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. I actually had power to avoid some of these situations. And it's actually my belief that I was powerless that actually got people to continue to abuse me.
I want y'all to understand this. This idea of like, if he wanted to, he would. I don't think
it's literally that. Straight up. It's literally that. Just straight up. I kind of find it unfair Kazuya is getting blamed for everything again. I'm not saying it's all completely Kazuya's fault. I am saying he is a monster of his... one, mommy created him. Kazuya is the monster mommy created. Ruka is the monster Kazuya created. The truth is that yes, every one of these characters could have and did make these choices. You're kind of misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that These characters did make these choices, but some of them can't recognize that these are choices that they have made, and Kazuya is, whether he realizes it or not, doing this. I'm saying there is a lot that is Kazuya's fault that he is not being blamed for, and there is a lot that is not Kazuya's fault that he is being blamed for. That's what I'm saying, right? There are aspects that are absolutely 2,000% Kazuya's fucking fault, okay? Is Chizuru the monster her parents created? No. No. Her mom didn't make her a monster. Her mom saved her. No. Chizuru is not a monster her parents created. I would argue that Chizuru is, I would argue Mommy is. Mommy is a monster that her parents created. Chizuru isn't. I would argue that Chizuru just has, these struggles that she needs to come to terms with, in particular with seeing people as not simply monsters. The problem that Sayuri did, I think, for Chizuru is the teaching she gave her. The teachings that Sayuri gave Chizuru were both amazing and really good for Chizuru, and also kind of a double-edged sword. What do I mean? Sayuri taught Chizuru like very deeply rooted teachings of justice and right and wrong. And I think what that did is that it in some ways it stopped Chizuru as seeing certain things in a different light. In particular, herself. Chizuru tends to view herself as a monster. She's not a monster. I think that's the key difference. Chizuru is not a monster. Chizuru is in many ways a victim. And she did monstrous things in her grief. When she was going through her grief, she definitely hurt Kazuya without meaning to. Chizuru has done bad things, but Chizuru is not a monster. Kazuya, in contrast, is becoming a monster. I think Kazuya, in contrast, is somewhat becoming a monster. Chizuru merely looks like a monster. Chizuru did do bad things in Hawaiians. I wouldn't necessarily constitute her as a monster. In particular, she is what Kazuya made her look like a monster. Kazuya made Chizuru look like a monster. She's not a monster. In reality, he needs to accept his inner monster. And I think no better scene visually conveys that. No better scene visually conveys that. This is something I thought of as early as this, right? So this is when I thought Kazuya was like the monster, but also the victim. And this is when Reiji actually really explored this idea. It was chapter 274. Minnie calls Kazuya Jack Nicholson. In particular, when you turn the page, she says you should watch The Shining. The Shining is literally about how Jack Nicholson is both a victim and a monster. He is both a victim of the house and he is a monster who abused his own family and tried to hurt them and kill them. In fact, the movie explicitly tries to go out of its way to be like he's abusive. Like the movie it goes out of its way to be like he was abusive to his own child. Okay? Then you turn the page and Minnie leaves. Here's Johnny. Here's Johnny. That's literally what it looks like, except he looks like a victim. Then, when you get to him helping Chizuru, and they fall on top of each other, he's on top of her. Right? He looks like he is the monster. Who is the monster here? Who is the victim? That again is flipped with Ruka. It's flipped on its head with Ruka. Ruka is the one on top of him. She is the monster in that moment. He is the victim. But he created her. His own creation destroyed him. Here, who is the monster? Is it Chizuru or is it Kazuya? When Kazuya falls onto Chizuru, look at this. Screams of agony, as if he's being attacked. As if he is the victim. Kazuya is on top of her, and you wonder who is the victim here. Is it Chizuru or is it Kazuya? I would argue both. I would argue both of them are the victims and both of them are the monsters in this sense. Then, here is the final scene that perfectly proves my point of how Kazuya and Chizuru are both technically the monster in this sequence. He wants to devour. He wants to let the beast out. He wants to devour. I want you to accept me. I want you. I want all of you. He literally wants to consume. He literally looks like a monster. It's literally exactly like Jack Nicholson's desires, except he doesn't act on them. He falls over. So when he falls over and nosebleeds, Chizuru is like, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I'm the monster. In not doing anything and in nose bleeding, it makes it look like Chizuru made him bleed. Chizuru is the one who made him bleed because he has feelings for her and he leaned on her and she didn't act. How could she not act? She's a monster. She made him bleed. In reality, he made himself bleed because he kept bottling in these desires until he couldn't control them anymore. Who is actually the monster here? Kazuya is a victim of his own making. He could have opened up about these feelings. Oh, look, just like Sumi. Just like Sumi, who is also a victim of her own making. She didn't need to nosebleed. She didn't need to listen to Kazuya confess. She could have done something differently. It's learned helplessness. Every character is a victim of their own making. Mami lets herself be a victim. Kazuya lets himself be a victim. And it's something they taught themselves. It's learned behavior. Mami is both a victim and she's victimizing herself. Kazuya is a victim and he is victimizing himself. Ruka is a victim and she's victimizing herself. Every single character is doing this. In some ways, even Chizuru. And she doesn't realize she's doing this. Granted, Chizuru is trying to escape the cycle, but she literally can't. And she just has to realize that she can't really escape the cycle. She has to just accept that, like, okay, I can't really please Kazuya. That's what Chizuru in some ways kind of has to accept, that there's no pleasing Kazuya. That's the issue. There's no way to make him happy. And she tried to escape and then she couldn't. Because she rejected him and then he's just like, nope, not moving on. He's like, fuck, what do you want me to do? So Chizuru tried to end the cycle, but it only got worse. Chizuru recognizes her guilt in this sequence, that in some ways it is kind of her fault that Kazuya's nose bleeds, but she doesn't. But Kazuya doesn't realize that it is his fault that Sumi's nose bleeds. How interesting! All because Kazuya's bottling in his desires. He is in many ways Jack Nicholson. He is literally that character from The Shining. He is a monster of his own making. He is a victim victimizing himself. Because guess what? Interesting note. Jack Nicholson's character in The Shining was abused by his father, who hit him and attacked him, which then leads to him doing the same thing to his own kid. He's literally a victim, victimizing himself and becoming a monster. And here is Kazuya being directly compared to that character. It was a victim. Kazuya is a victim here, victimizing himself. If that doesn't spell it the fuck out for you, I don't know what fucking does. If that doesn't spell it the fuck out for you, I don't know what does. Reishi has been hinting at this since, like, that is the 3 months. Oh my god. Remember what I was talking about with the 3 months? What is the 3 months? Kazuya created the 3 months. It didn't need to be 3 months. He is a victim of his own making. Kazuya didn't need to experience chapter 218. He did that to himself in many ways. He knew something was wrong with Chizuru and he still went to confess. Why? Because he didn't try to stop his grandma or anything. In many ways, almost everything that happened to Kazuya, he kind of did to himself. And he just doesn't realize it. He thinks it's all Chizuru's fault. You think it's all Chizuru's fault. In many ways, he did it to himself. It's the same with the 3 months. Yeah, Chizuru ghosted Kazuya. It did not need to be 3 months. He could have done it. He could have done something. He told himself he couldn't do anything. When Minnie showed up, she's like, you have a victim complex. Minnie straight up tells him, you have a victim complex. He did it to himself. Yeah, I've been saying this since the 3 months. That's why we're looping into the 3 months. That's why instead of 3 months, we're doing a month and a half. It's been there from the fucking start. It's been there since Hawaiians. While Chizuru was a victim of her own making in Hawaiians, and in some ways she kind of let herself be a little bit abused from mommy, while at the same time she was still being abused by mommy, Kazuya in many ways let these things happen to him. It's learned helplessness. He never overcame this. He never confronted the breakups. He never confronted the rejections. He never confronted that people could be bad. He did it. Remember when we were watching season 4, do you remember how when Nagomi showed up to his room when Chizuru was about to tell him about mommy, and Chizuru's like, oh, I'll just step away. Kazuya could have done something. He could have just been like, Grandma, give me a fucking second. Chizuru and I have something to talk about. That's important. He doesn't do this. No. Everybody is a victim and victimizing themselves. Every single character. And even Chizuru in many ways. Everybody in their own ways is becoming a monster created and shaped by society in their own ways. Damn. You think Chizuru is enthralling him? He is enthralling everyone. He is the wolf in sheep's clothing. What's this one?
That's true at all. If you look at this idea of like, if he wanted to, he would. I don't think that's true at all. If you look at the reasons why human beings don't do something. So think about, let's say like you maybe want to go to the gym more, or you want to learn how to paint. There are many things that people may want to do, but there's a huge gap between desire and motivation. There are 1,000 things that we all want to do that we have trouble doing, and it's no different in dating. So just because he isn't doing something doesn't mean that he doesn't want to. Oftentimes it's that he doesn't know how to. Oftentimes he is afraid of doing it wrong. The biggest reason why he may not do it even if he wants to is because he's afraid of screwing it up.
Yep. He hit the nail on the head. Don't use that shit as an excuse. Don't be mommy. He tried to contact her several times before the ghosting. No, he didn't. No. I've said this before multiple times. No, he didn't. He rang the doorbell once, not knowing if she was there. And then he texted her about what do you call it? He texted her once about a coupon. Then he did rental. The one thing Chizuru didn't want to do because what fucking happened in Hawaiians? The whole point of Hawaiians is that mommy frames it like she stole his money. Kazuya could have literally just stood in front of her fucking door. Why didn't he stand in front of her door? He did it before. They go to the same school. How the fuck did he not run into her? No shot. How the fuck did he not run into her? And if you don't believe me, if you don't fucking believe me, I asked Reiji when he was doing Fanbox streams, and I asked him, how the fuck do they live right next to each other and never see each other? That doesn't make any sense. And he's like, when people don't want to see each other, they'll find a way. He said it was mutual. Kazuya was also avoiding her. Yeah, no, he was avoiding her. Period. Minnie even said it was a victim. He has a victim complex. No, he was avoiding her. Period. Chizuru may have ghosted him. He is the reason it lasted 3 months. There is no more proof than Minnie showing up and ending it in a day. She ran into Chizuru. She stopped her. She talked to her. She ended it in a single day. Not even 24 hours, like 12 hours at most. If Minnie can end it that quickly, Kazuya could have too. He chose not to. And I'm 1000% sure Reiji is gonna have Kazuya realize this. He's going to have Kazuya absolutely come to this realization that he did this. No, Mommy made him into this. He became Mommy. I'm not being Mommy. I'm literally calling Kazuya out for becoming Mommy. He literally became Mommy. And he doesn't realize it because he's so sure he's right. Every villain believes they are right. Every villain believes they are the hero. No, Kazuya abso-fucking-lutely made it last 3 months. It did not need to be 3 months. When is Kazuya going to realize this? Before or until July 11th? I really don't fucking know at this point. I don't know. I just know July 11th is the illusion. Maybe July 11th is when it all resets. Maybe July 11th is when it all resets. Maybe he learns beforehand, but no. Like, no, absolutely. Like, and I think the 3 months perfectly captures my point. He's both a victim and he's victimizing himself. Yeah, he's a victim and that Chizuru ghosted him. Totally. That's true. I'm not fucking denying that. He also absolutely fucking victimized himself. He kept saying she would think I'm a stalker. Chizuru would think you're a stalker? Are you fucking serious? You have stalked her in the past and she still forgave you. He has stalked her in the past and she still forgave him. Shut the fuck up. He not only stalked her twice, technically speaking, he stalked her once, and then the second time she happened to show up at his workplace and he followed her and then stood in front of her door. He went to her play. She didn't say he couldn't go, but he still went to her play. So he absolutely has stalked her in the past and she still fucking forgave him. Why the fuck does he think contacting her, like actually standing in front of her door or texting her again, he texted her once, would be the problem? Why the fuck doesn't he consider that Ruka might have been an issue as he sees Ruka literally push Chizuru away? Why doesn't he consider that maybe rental might not be such a good idea, considering the entirety of Hawaiians is framed around how Chizuru was using rental to steal his money? You think she would be okay with you renting her again after that? Are you fucking serious? It's literally the same thing as Ruka. It's the kind of stuff where you think about it, you're like, how the fuck did he not clock this? Isn't that the same thing that's happening right now? What do you mean? But I'm just saying, he's literally victimizing himself. He's been victimizing himself for the past, like, 200 plus chapters. I'm dead fucking serious. He has. You just don't know because you're rooting for him. You just don't know because you're rooting for him. But he's been victimizing himself this whole fucking time. Abso-fucking-lutely. I think the situation is reversed now. Kazuya deals with guilt from Ruka, Mami, Mini, and Chizuru now seeks when he feelings there will be returned. It's not reversed. It's reversed from when we thought Chizuru was the villain. Right? It's reversed from the 3 months where at that time this is the 3 months flipped in the sense that now we're seeing it's Kazuya's fault. And he's dealing with this guilt that Chizuru has been dealing with this whole fucking time. Oh, look, congrats. You now get how she fucking feels this whole time. She's been going through this same exact guilt, too. It's almost like she's been a victim and you've been abusing her guilt. Congrats, Kazuya. You became the thing that you hated. In fact, what was the whole thing Nagomi was saying in Hawaiians? Nagomi literally thought Chizuru was a victim and Kazuya was helping her through it. She thought Mami was helping Chizuru through her struggle with being a victim. In reality, Mami was her abuser. Nagomi doesn't clock it. Just as right now, nobody is clocking that Kazuya is the fucking abuser in the picture. He's just starting to understand what his victim has felt like this whole time and feeling all this guilt. Oh, you're feeling the guilt from Ruka and Mami and Minnie? Congrats! You now understand how Chizuru has been feeling this whole fucking time. You now get the weight that she has been under when you handed her the fucking ring and told her she can't give it back. And then forgot. He forgot the ring. She held on to that ring for 3 fucking months. Correction. Like a year. The previous ghosting was not agreed. Now they agree to ghost each other to avoid pain and commitment. Kazuya literally shut Chizuru down on his birthday. He created this ghosting. This ghosting didn't need to happen. No. This is what you're misunderstanding. What Reishi is doing here is fucking brilliant. The last ghosting was not mutual, but it technically was because they were avoiding each other. This ghosting appears to be mutual. It gives you the illusion it's mutual. But then Reishi intentionally references, that's right, Steins Gate. You see Minnie texting Kazuya. And Minnie has a label called D-mail. How did Steins Gate start? Oh, that's right. Okuba literally had a fucking victim complex and tried to fix everyone's fucking problems through D-mail. And created an alternate timeline that fucked everything up. Minnie is Kazuya's D-mail. He is Okuba. He is his own villain. He created all of this. Chizuru did not. There was no need for a separation. It did not need to happen. And Chizuru is intentionally framed like she's the bad person, because what did she do? She said, I'm going to take this time to focus on my play instead of dating him. So she looks like a fucking asshole, doesn't she? In reality, he pushed her into this. Kazuya pushed her into this separation that did not need to occur. All of this is bullshit. None of this needed to happen. The whole point of the current separation is that it appears to be mutual. It's fucking not. Whereas the other one, the original 3-month time skip, looks like it's not mutual. It fucking is. They were both avoiding each other. But you think it's just Chizuru doing it. Just as right now, you think this only happened because Chizuru decided she wanted to do her play. Right? It looks like Chizuru's the bad person. Right? In reality, Kazuya created this. None of this needed to exist. If he had just gone and talked to her, that would have been it. We want to blame Minnie. We want to be upset at Minnie, but then you wonder to yourself, why the fuck does he listen to her? Minnie is merely Kazuya's enabler. Again, a monster he created. Yet also victimizing herself. Telling herself this is out of her control. Despite the fact that she clearly has a lot more control than she realizes. Everyone is a victim, and they victimize themselves. They're all monsters and not monsters at the same time. But Kazuya abso-fucking-lutely created the current events. He did this. I called this from the moment we read chapter 390. I called this from the moment 390 happened. It is the reverse of the 3-month time skip, and what it is doing is specifically contextualizing the 3 months time skip, because Kazuya could have actually tried to talk to Chizuru a little bit. Consider the fact that maybe she's a victim, and that maybe she was going through a lot. He saw Ruka push her away, and he didn't even process she might not be okay. In that sense, Kazuya literally created the 3-month time skip, just as he literally created these current events. Now, Chizuru did take these actions, just as Chizuru is currently taking these actions. She's not completely blameless. However, what Reishi is trying to write is that we create our own sorrows. We cause our own pain. He did this to himself. This could have been avoided. He is not as powerless as he thinks he is. He is not a hamster on a wheel. He is not drunk on Chizuru. He has control. You don't have to keep drinking. You have control. He doesn't need to be drunk. In fact, Kazuya wasn't fucking drinking. He only started drinking because Minnie gave him the one piece of information that gave him the idea, I should drink my sorrows away. Kazuya isn't an alcoholic. He didn't need to drink. In fact, he hates drinking. So why the fuck's he drinking? Why the fuck's he listening to Minnie? He knows she's wrong. He's had evidence in the past showing she's wrong. Why is he listening to her? So some event like Steins Gate needs to happen to wake everyone up and fix the timeline, but without the murder. Yeah. So in this case, we have to realize what the singularity is, right? What is the trigger point? The trigger point in the original Steins Gate is Korosu dies. In this case, I would argue the singularity is Hawaiians, where Chizuru lied. That is the true singularity. You think the singularity is something prior to that. In reality, I really think the true singularity is when Chizuru lied in Hawaiians, when she sacrificed herself for him. That is where the true singularity occurred. That is where the true 3-month time skip, that is where the true time skip actually happened. That is when Steins Gate actually happened. We've been in the wrong timeline since Hawaiians. I think that's where it all traces back to. That's where it all began. When Chizuru had to lie to protect him. Or maybe it's the very beginning of the story. Regardless, I think the lie that frames Chizuru as a bad person is where this all started. I think that's maybe where it all started. Maybe it all began in the cheer update. Maybe it all began in the cheer update when Sayuri died and Chizuru opened up in his arms. Maybe that's where it began. Basically, I think the reversal point is literally when Chizuru was framed as the villain, when in reality she was not the villain. I think that wherever that singularity point is, that's where it has to be. I think in this case, it's the lie. I think in this case, it's absolutely the lie that Chizuru had to tell in Hawaiians, and Kazuya realizing he made it into a lie. It didn't need to be a lie. Kazuya let her take the fall for that. Kazuya let her be the villain in Hawaiians. She didn't need to be the villain in Hawaiians. And I think once he realizes Chizuru didn't need to be the villain of Hawaiians, that's the true reversal murder moment where Kazuya takes responsibility for that moment in Hawaiians. I think that's where it's going to be. I think that's the murder situation where it's like the lie. He realizes the issue with the lies and how he never confronted them. And he tells his family, like, I lied to you. I made Chizuru lie or something. I lied to you. We're not actually dating. And that's how he lets her go. He's going to tell his family we weren't actually dating. That's what it is. Oh my God, how did I not clock it? That's literally what it is. How did I not fucking clock it? Yo, bear with me. Chapter 399. What does Kazuya say? What does Kazuya say? A direct callback to the very beginning of the series. I'll be proud to introduce her and say, this is Chizuru Mizuhara, my girlfriend. That is the singularity. That is the singularity. He has to tell Grandma Nagomi that they were never dating and they broke up. That's how Kazuya saves this. He has to tell Grandma Nagomi they were never dating and they broke up. That it's not Chizuru's fault that he dragged her into it. Thus, he lets Chizuru go. And that is how Chizuru saves him. This is what it is. And that is why he runs into Mommy. They are each other's monster. The person he was originally going to introduce. Mommy's going to be central to this somehow. Mommy was the person he was supposed to initially introduce. And then there's going to be this element of saving Mommy. So I could see Kazuya trying to save Mommy or something. And he lets Chizuru go somehow to free her. And maybe tries to save Mommy to atone. But he can't save Mommy. That could be what it is. Kazuya can maybe try to save Mommy because he can't save Ruka and he can't save Sumi. And he can't save Minnie. So he might try to save Mommy. And he'll try to let Chizuru go. He'll maybe try to save Mommy somehow. In reality, Chizuru's going to end up saving him. The singularity point is the lie that Chizuru was ever dating him. She wasn't. Right? They shouldn't. That foundational lie is what ruined everything. That foundational lie in Hawaiians that Chizuru was dating him is what ruined everything. So when Chizuru tells that lie in the anime, it will come back full circle in the manga, and it will be the thing we address. That's what it is. That's the singularity point. Okay, it all comes back to that. That is what has to be resolved. That lie that Chizuru had to tell in order to save them is what has to be reversed, and he has to tell them the truth. Kazuya, like Dracula, needs to drain the girls who love him to keep fueling his eternal, obsessive, and relentless pursuit of Chizuru's love. In a way, he's becoming the villain of his own story. The inability to let go is essentially the core of Dracula's tragedy, and without realizing it, Kazuya is walking down the same path. Jojo literally nailed it. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you can even see it in like you can see it in like a reverse twisted way in the Castlevania anime, where he has this obsessive desire to destroy, but instead he doesn't drink blood. It's the opposite. Jojo literally nailed it. Hey, I fine, Jojo nailed it. I would just like some credit too, you know. I was already saying a lot of this shit in the past, and nobody gave me any credit. So I guess that's why I'm being a little bit of a bitch about this. It's like, I'd like some credit too. I already called this shit since like 390. I called this shit since the 3-month time skip fucking happened. No one gave me credit. Fucking years ago I've been calling this shit. Then boom, Mami appears after Kazuya said that. Mami is the only one from the original 4 girls that Kazuya hasn't saved yet, from Ruka falling from the stairs, and Sumi from some bad guys. Yeah, so I could see Kazuya trying to save Mami, only for Mami to ultimately realize she needs to save herself. He can't save her. Who he needs to actually save is Chizuru. And that's what I think Kazuya is going to realize. Kazuya is going to try to save Mami, but ultimately he's going to realize he needs to save Chizuru, and the way he saves Chizuru is by letting her go. And then in letting her go and falling into hell and whatever the fuck we want to go into his abyss, then Chizuru saves him. Exactly like Steins Gate. Straight up Steins Gate. Literally like Steins Gate. Yeah, he's going to try to save Mami. The difference is he's going to realize the whole point of Kazuya saving all these girls is that every time, a lot of it is that in some cases they have to save themselves, you know. Ruka caused it to herself. In some ways Chizuru caused it to herself. Sumi not so much. Sumi really does view him as a hero, which is kind of the problem. But yeah, I think Kazuya is going to realize he needs to save Chizuru, and he's going to try to free her from her guilt, because he's going to through seeing Mami and realizing Mami is both a monster and a victim like him, he's going to realize how he, exactly like Mami with her dad, has been trapping Chizuru in a relationship. Mami is how Kazuya is going to realize he's been trapping Chizuru in a relationship. That's what it is. He's going to see how Mami is trapped in a relationship. And in seeing how Mami is trapped in a relationship, he's going to realize how he's been trapping Chizuru in a relationship. So he's going to go and try to free her. Okay. It's a reversal from how he did the live action. Yeah, it's a reversal from how he did the live action. In the live action, there was someone who was trying to assault Chizuru. Here it's the reverse. Kazuya is the monster. Oh, what a good fucking reversal. Oh, what a good reversal. Kazuya is going to realize he's the monster. And how fitting, right after this, Kazuya literally thinks about Mami and the guy that she was with, where he's just like, oh, I wonder what their relationship is if he's not her boyfriend. Mami has a relationship with this dude who's not her boyfriend, just as Kazuya has a relationship with Chizuru, but he's not her boyfriend. He is the monster, just like Mami's dad is the monster, and he's gonna realize this. He's gonna realize how he's been trapping Chizuru in a fucking relationship, exactly like how Mami's dad has been trapping her in a relationship. He is literally a mirror to Hakuba. He is literally a mirror to Hakuba. That is the fucking point. That's why we see him in that arc. Bro, how did I not fucking clock this? I was so busy comparing Mami and Minnie, I didn't even think to process how Kazuya literally mirrored Hakuba. I was so busy comparing Minnie and Mami, I totally forgot to compare these two, who are mirrors. Hakuba literally traps Mami in a relationship. He could do something about this. He chooses not to. Exactly like Kazuya, who is trapping Minnie in a relationship just as he's trapping Chizuru in a relationship. Holy shit. Holy shit. He's literally Kazuya's dark side and he doesn't even clock it. He's literally Kazuya's dark side and he never even clocks it. Bro. And that's why right after, in chapter 400, Kazuya literally fucking thinks of her relationship between Mami and Hakuba. Bro. And then, oh my god, what do Hakuba's clothes read? Priority. Hey, Kazuya, what are your fucking priorities? Hey, Kazuya, where are your fucking priorities? What is he doing here? What is he doing here? He's not focusing on his actual fucking priorities. He's out here fucking jerking himself off and fucking Joy Polis, coming up with all this nonsense. Listening to Minnie and her bullshit. Not the actual priority. Holy shit. He's not oh wow, all of it is there. Imagine next chapter completely proves this theory wrong. I doubt it. There's too much buildup for this. There's too much fucking buildup for this. I'm sorry. Kazuya has been absolutely the fucking villain. There's no way this can all be reversed in a single chapter. I highly doubt it. We could get something that might give us the inclination that this isn't the case, that Kazuya is the monster, or not the monster, and everyone else is the monster, but I fucking doubt it. I do think a huge part of this is definitely accountability, and that includes everyone else, you know? Like, Chizuru's been trying to take accountability, and she absolutely will. Like, when Kazuya saves her, she's gonna be like, well, I still made these choices too. You know, like, I've been saying this, I don't take that part back. That's still gonna happen. Chizuru's gonna be like, I still made these choices. You know, they might have not, you might have influenced my choices, you might have facilitated them. I still made that choice. But Kazuya still has to take accountability for his actions, just as Mami does, just as Ruka does, just as Sumi does, just as Minnie does. Every single character, including Kazuya's family, and even Kibe, they all have to take accountability for their actions. They have to step the fuck up and realize what they're doing. You know, they've all facilitated this. And I think when Kazuya ultimately comes clean to his family, they're going to realize, we caused this for you guys. We made you feel like you had to lie. We clearly saw you two were in love, but we made you feel we had to lie because we were so judgmental and caught up in our judgment. We didn't realize how we were pressuring you. That is Nagomi's biggest issue. She goes to apologize to Chizuru in chapter 309, and she does, and she's trying to atone, not realizing how she's making her feel guilty, as a direct mirror to how in Hawaiians she apologized to Kazuya and thanked him and made him feel guilty for it. Because she essentially told him, you have no worth outside of Chizuru. And it's like, bro. And I think that's the biggest thing Nagomi has to learn as a character. That she has facilitated, she created Kazuya. He is her monster. Just as Mami did. Mami created Kazuya, he is her monster, just as he is Kibe's monster, just as he is Nagomi's monster. They're the ones who facilitated him. They created him. Ruka in many ways kind of created him too. Everybody around Kazuya has facilitated his behavior in many ways, while at the same time he chose this for himself too. That is a big thing. What the thing with Mami? What, that Kazuya's not gonna save her, or what? It'd be interesting if Kazuya doesn't save Mami, but it'd be interesting if Kazuya learns about the situation that Mami is in. And maybe slowly but surely it forces him to reflect on his own situation. Yeah, maybe Kazuya doesn't save her. Maybe it's like a reversal. Maybe Kazuya doesn't save her. Maybe she thinks she needs to save him. But that'd be interesting. Maybe she thinks she needs to save him when in reality she needs to save herself. That would be interesting. Like, that would be a kind of a cool reversal. Maybe Mami tries to save him. You know? Oh, Chizuru's manipulating you. You know, she actually tries to do the heroic thing when in reality she's the fucking monster. There's no saving for him. That could be a cool one. Yeah, instead of Kazuya trying to save Mami, Mami tries to save him. Trying to actually be a hero. You know, in reality she's fucking lying to herself. You know? She doesn't actually know what love is, and what she wants is real freedom. Yeah, how can she save him when she can't save herself? And I think that is what, when Kazuya ultimately learns about Mami's situation, then he learns he's the monster. He doesn't need saving. I think maybe that's kind of, oh, okay, let's reverse that then. Instead of Kazuya saving Mami, it's actually about someone trying to save him, only for him to realize he's the monster. He doesn't need saving. He's the one who needs to save someone else. There we go. Let's flip that on its head. Maybe Mami tries to save him now for realsies, because in Hawaiians, since we're reversing Hawaiians, there we go. Since we're reversing Hawaiians, in Hawaiians, Mami was saving him, right? Or she was saving Chizuru from Kazuya. Now she's trying to actually save Kazuya, not realizing she's the reason he is in trouble in the fucking first place. She made him. She's the monster. It's how this is how Mami would try to take accountability for her actions, by trying to save him. You know, if I save him now, then I have atoned for my past sins, therefore I never have to mention them. In reality, it's the flip. It will make her contend with the fact that she's the monster, that she's the one who's been hurting him the whole fucking time, and in turn, let him go. Maybe then, when Kazuya recognizes Mami's whole situation with her family, then he'll be like, oh shit, I'm just like her, or I'm in the same position. I've trapped her just like she's been trapped. And that's how he realizes free Chizuru. So it's a reversal. Just as Kazuya doesn't save Mami in the anime, in the live action, and Chizuru doesn't need saving from someone, here it's the reverse. Mami tries to save him instead of Kazuya trying to save her. And in turn, what ends up happening is that Kazuya has to go save Chizuru from himself. Cool. All of it kind of, okay. It's getting late because this is getting confusing. No, it's literally just take the live action and flip it on its head. Mami tries to save him. She can't save him. And then Kazuya goes to save Chizuru, and he has to sacrifice himself in some way. Chizuru comes and saves him. Boom. There we go. Boom. There we go. That's literally it. It's going to be people trying to save other people. It's literally it. People are going to be trying to save other people only to realize who they actually need to save. Boom. There we go. Anyways, yeah, we came up with some good theories. It is getting late, so I'm going to call it. I hope you guys enjoyed this. If you did, share some clips. Subscribe. Hit the like button. Maybe support me on Patreon. You know, think about it. No pressure. Okay. I'll see you when I'll stream again. I'm gonna try to sleep early today so that tomorrow I can like lock in, maybe stream a little bit more.